obviously got quite a few AM teams together. So in terms of their overall speed, it looks like it's giving them something to fight for. And obviously with I think the Wild Things team there in P2 and Bilotti in lead of the AMs at the moment. And we'll just bring them up on screen. Six. Sorry, John, what was that? Okay, we're now running on part 3, so welcome everybody for those that have rejoined us. So if I can just bring up the chat. Welcome everybody. Only two watching so far, which is probably me and Yvonne.
So. Yes, I needed to search for it, but I have it back.
So welcome Yvonne, welcome to the stream.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure.
Welcome as well.
Everybody will join us once they've woken up and realise that they've fallen asleep watching a stream that's finished. But yeah, so it's now fully wet, isn't it? So we're starting to see, really starting to see the rain make its presence felt, and I'm sure we'll see some differences in overall lap times. Andrew Richardson's now in the car for Green Moose Racing, and their lap times are now 1.1 seconds slower than their current best. 1.3 seconds. I think that's probably from when I joined the broadcast. So yeah, it's really starting to affect the overall race, and not seeing too much water off the cars yet. So the puddles have not really formed massively, but that's actually it's looking like in 30 minutes it's going to get even heavier. So it could spice things up for sure for the rest of the race. So I love that little moose on the side of their car. It's a great little image. So what have you? What's your team liveries now? Because obviously you've as you said earlier, the Team Brits now disbanded. So you've had a new livery created for your team, have you?
Yes, we did. Well, I'm very perfectionistic, and my girlfriend makes the liveries for us. And he maybe wasn't very happy with me because I needed to have it perfect, and I had a vision, and we looked in the game, and for Gran Turismo it was almost perfect right away. And then on ACC, with the color codes and the coating of the colors, it looked so very different, and not what I wanted. So she spent hours to get the livery right, but it's a beautiful livery now. Orange on the front, going over to red on the back, with a black roof and a black wing. Yeah, it's looking good.
So it's very Dutch then.
Yeah, there needs to be a little bit part of Dutch in the car, a little bit. So it's a little bit of orange in there, so that's good. It always makes me happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw your compatriot yesterday at the Red Bull home run, running up and down the streets of Milton Keynes. It was a good fun. I said to the members in our admin team that I'll heckle him as he goes past. I'm not a massive Red Bull fan, but I live in Milton Keynes, so you can't miss the opportunity to go and see some Formula One cars.
Yeah.
And obviously the V8 cars running up and down as well. So my daughter has never seen a Formula One car in real life. Just to give her that experience.
It's great. It's amazing to see. When I was younger, I went to Spa with the old V8. The sound was great. In the Michael Schumacher time by Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a different land. I think. Yeah, I've seen some news articles where they're talking about how they're going to bring the sound back in 2026. So let's hope so, because it's it's great seeing the cars and hearing the cars that that you see now, that you can hear them. You can hear them talking. Patrick, I did get the chance to heckle him, but there was a lot of Max fans around me, so I felt it was probably not the best idea. So yeah, I didn't feel like it was worthwhile. And no doubt I would have been on video as well. My daughter's taken a lot of videos, so I didn't think it was very good there. I very nearly wore my Lewis Hamilton hat. We've got a yellow flag currently for P18. Oh, Nard Cox. No. So running very slowly there.
Maybe had a little spin.
Yeah, it's only stone run, isn't it? So that's his run through right into the gravel. It doesn't look like he's damaged the car, does it? So yeah, again, they're having a bit of a nightmare, aren't they? In this SimSport Racing International team, the esports team. One of the auction items was to have their have a logo put onto the side of the car.
Nice.
When Tom's on a little bit later, maybe he can give us a side shot of the car, so I can't actually control that camera. So we'll give a bit of a shout out to the people that won that livery. Yes.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Tom's going to move the cameras for us. Goes out to the side of the car. There we go.
Van Nieuwkerk Automotive Centre.
So they won the auction for having their logo put on the side of our esports car. Great livery there, created by Stephen Haley of Digital Motor Art. So if you find his website, he does some very, very professional level liveries. He's doing liveries for the real world Porsche Cup cars in the British Porsche Cup series. So he's not just doing sim racing liveries, and it's great to see Steve doing some of that real world stuff as well as the sim racing. So he's got a great hand on doing stuff with Photoshop. He's got some. He can do some brilliant renders. So if you have a look on our Discord, he's got a great channel for showing some of his wares, and he's anyone that's doing iRacing as well. He's doing some fun races with the Porsche Cup cars, and on I think every Wednesday or Thursday, I think it is, just to do a bit of fun and just to sort of promote his livery creating. So do check him out. Thanks, Tom, for that. So we nip back to P3 with Reece Spencer Robb, Odyssey Racing. Still running a lap ahead of P4 in the Misfits and those guys in P2. Simone Lietzi in Racing Point, who's done great. This team have pretty much run away with a lot of the racing. Some of the endurance races they competed in, they've been very consistent. We're seeing pretty much 2 laps ahead. So over 24 hours, that's good going. It's their current best is their last lap was nearly a second a lap quicker than P2. So as you can see, they're obviously set up for wet running, I think, which has obviously helped them through the wet phase of this. Maybe hold station while it's dry, but they've obviously got a good wet setup there. I think it's just it looks really stable, doesn't it?
It looks very stable, and I think maybe also they have a gap of 2 laps to the number 2 in the last rain, when the last rain was earlier this race. I didn't saw it, but I hear there was quite some rain already. But I'm not surprised if they created a gap there.
Yeah, as we can see that, the guys in second place there. Wet running around Suzuka is actually, it's quite tricky. It's, as we said earlier, it's very much an old school track. You've not got big runoffs. It's you hit a puddle, you hit a bit of wet track that you don't expect. There's some pretty poor areas at the top of Radion, for example, in Spa, where it's got a massive puddle that runs across the track, and it can really unsettle you, especially as the rain gets harder. You don't want to be aquaplaning off into the wall, or even into the gravel. As you can see, the puddles starting to form there in the gravel, which will only start actually to feed across into the tracks. Nothing really too much of that at the moment, but we're seeing, starting to see the moisture coming off the back of the cars. We've now rain increasing again in 10 minutes, and now again from that in 30 minutes. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be getting really tricky, Yvonne. It's going to be getting very, very. See the BMW just getting a little bit squirrely on, just on the on the exit of the chicane, just on the little right-hand corner there. It's a tricky corner actually. Normally you take it very tight and run over the curb, but I think they're going to want to not do that, and probably thinking maybe they need to stay off the curbs. Soon it's getting a little bit wet over there.
Yeah, it seems there was a little bit of a puddle where Lorenzo Rappa came in, and that's why the car went a bit loose on the rear. So he probably will try to avoid it for the next lap. But I have to be honest, I'm also driving for GTW Argo setups beside it. And I met a lot of the guys last week at the Sim Racing Expo. That was great.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't manage to go. I know Steve Proudley and Mike Yao, from SimSport, were over there. I don't know if had you met Mike before, face to face? Yeah.
I saw Mike at the Commonwealth Games. I was there with iNet Esports and AK Informatica to give all the people there who came and watch or participate a chance to sim race. So we were there with a couple of rigs and just share our passion for sim racing. And he was there too. And I already knew him from a couple of meetings. So he had already a good talk then. And with Steve, I spoke already in private about eating Brits, and with Mike also. So it was good to see them on the expo, give a hug. Unfortunately, no time for coffee because we were both way too busy. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think Mike was doing the ADAC Sim Racing GP racing, and Steve was on a bit of a holiday, but I'm sure he did a lot of work with Mike as well. And you just sort of, it's when you go to these expos, and when you've got people that you just get sucked in, and you want to help, because we all love sim racing, and it's we those that are lucky enough to do real world racing, obviously you're on that journey, and I think most of us realise that we're either not talented enough or actually haven't got enough money to actually race for real, especially if we if we haven't got sponsors, or when you need a set of new tyres each race, it's an expensive game, isn't it, to be in?
Yeah. Well, I'm lucky that I'm part of a team. I found some sponsors. Also one who was already, when I was younger and I was go-karting and racing, already there, so that's always good. And he reads on social media that I was back in the car, and right away reached out. and let's have a coffee and a chat. So, yeah, I was very lucky, but I also know for a lot of people it's very difficult to get racing. And I think with sim racing you can at least make a step in the direction, or just enjoy the sim racing and go to the track sometimes and watch racing, which is also great to do.
Yeah, did you manage to get to any of the British GT?
Yes, we've been to Silverstone, I think, and to Spa, because Spa is here not far away. I think I live here 3 hours from Spa-Francorchamps. So that was also great, and Team Brit did really well there. It's great.
Excellent. Yeah, so I think myself, Mike, and some of the other David Christie and Riga Mitchell from Rocket SimSport, and some of the guys from SimSport Solutions, we got an invite to Alton Park with Team Brit. So thanks to them for that experience on getting onto the grid. It was good to see Bobby in their first race with the new car. Obviously, I think Alton Park was probably a bit of a struggle for them because they were still learning the car. But they still had a good race, and it was a good day there. And it only rained for the second during the second race. And I think there was a red flag during that second race, which was brought about because of the rain. Unfortunately, because it was shaking the positions up with all that was going on. But there was a big incident at the top of the track there, so they had to red flag, because I think one of the cars ended up over the barrier and almost hit a tree. So that was an expensive incident for. I think it was a McLaren actually ended up over the barrier. So it was, but it was a good day, and again, thanks to Team Brit for inviting us to go to the track. So 3 hours 48 minutes to go. Let's have a quick look on the YouTube chat. See if we got any questions. If anyone's got any questions for Yvonne in terms of her real world racing, or if you want to have a look at the any particular car, do drop us a message on the YouTube chat. We'll do the best we can to find them. If you can give us the car number, that would be great. We'll try and find them on stream and give them a bit of airtime. See if we got anyone that's running close at the moment. I think we've still got a little bit of a not battle, but Dennis Yarn is still running fairly close to the car in front, but it's not for position. So again, I think looking like the weather, Yvonne's just looking like it's going to close in again. So what's going through your mind? Obviously, you run in real world, and I'm sure in sim racing, where at least the conditions are getting worse. Are you just playing it by ear and just trying to just keep it on track, or how are you driving differently?
Well, both. I try to keep it on track. In the sim, I found it's a little bit easier than in real life. I drove in Anglesey, and I don't know if people knows me, but I wear glasses, and I really need my glasses because otherwise I just can't see. And well, due to the conditions, I needed to drive with my visor open, because otherwise my glasses were all with how do you say it?
Fogging up.
Sorry?
They were fogging up. They were going.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I had a problem constantly that it was going fogging up, and I only had it not when I drove 240 kilometers an hour on the back straight. So that was already not making me very comfortable, and I drove in a very loose car, and I thought, oh no. Well, I thought something different in the car, but I'm not going to repeat it now. But I thought, oh no, this is not going to end well. And I already had the feeling after lap 5 in the race, and I needed to drive 2 hours, that it was not a question if I'm going to crash, but when. And that was the first time I really felt, okay, this is not going to go well.
So is the Scirocco, was that a front wheel drive car that
Yes.
you were driving?
But yes, a front wheel drive car, and also there wasn't a diffuser on the back, and all the other front wheel drive cars had that, so they had extra grip, and we were just getting loose.
No.
That was really handsful, and I think I never felt so unsure in the sim. Sometimes it can go wrong in the sim also, and sometimes it's going wrong with me in the sim also. I'm the first one who says that, but I really, really felt uncomfortable that race, and I learned from it for next year. But yeah, that was no doubt the toughest race I did.
So are they gonna fit a diffuser to the car now?
To be honest, I don't know. I'm gonna drive another car next season.
Okay.
More endurance racing. It's a little bit slower than the Scirocco. I'm gonna drive in the Citroën C1, a new project with 3 other ladies, and it's a 24-hour race, 6-hour races, 8-hour races. So my goal is in the end over 7 or 8 years Le Mans. So the goal is high, and I know it's doable. If I work hard enough, it's doable. And yeah, I want to build up my license, gain experience, and this is the perfect opportunity to gain experience and build up the license. So when they offered me, I took it with both hands.
So we're going to be seeing you on Netflix, like we've seen on YouTube with actually, well, can't remember his name. Oh man alive! I'm sure you'll be able to remember. Help me out. The Road to Le Mans. The actor from X-Men. Someone will be able to help me out on YouTube.
Well, the goal is high, but it's realistic. So I always say I like high goals if it's realistic. If it's not, then I don't like too high goals. But it's doable, so I want to give it all. And
so the intention is the goal to race the GT. What would be a GT3s, won't it? Because the GTEs are stopping. So is that the goal, the GT3s?
GT3, maybe at some point the LMP. But I'm not sure about that. I think the GT3 is more an option, especially with the hand controls and with Team Brit. So it's the goal. The goal is far away, but I'm sure we'll get there.
Yeah, we see the guys there, and Simone Letzi just really trying to get past that back marker very aggressively and taking a very aggressive line and actually just dipping wheels onto the grass, which, bearing in mind he's 2 laps ahead, you do not want to have a crash, around the back marker. I'm sure they would have let him by at some point, just bide your time. He's not going to lose loads and loads of time by being stuck behind a back marker. But yeah, it was a little bit hairy there. I don't think if I was his teammate, I'd be like, just calm down a little bit, Simone.
Yeah. Keep it on track. Keep it safe.
Yeah. Don't try and go around the outside of. I can't remember. I don't think it's actually got a name, that corner. There's the corner before Spoon. So it was a bit of a tricky one to go wide on, and it's that one I mentioned earlier that if you get offline, actually the grip on the outside of the track is a bit rubbish. As we said earlier, I mean the car looked pretty decent in the damp. It only looks really looking like he's throwing it around. It doesn't actually look that stable now, Yvonne, does it?
Yeah. Maybe it's very good in the damp and greasy conditions, and when it's starting to get more wet towards the full wet, getting a bit loose. Or maybe there are some puddles. I can't see it very well.
I seem to remember some of the guys in the SSRi esports team mentioning the Beamer in the wet, actually, it did actually tend to get a bit loose in the wet, which might be what we're seeing. But the lap times, we'll just see what the lap times were. I mean, he was a second lap slower that lap than P2, but obviously that was probably because of the back marker. P3, Reece Spence Rob about a second quicker than Lorenzo Rapper in P2. So let's have a look at see how they're getting on in their BMW. Again, that doesn't look too bad on the way into the chicane, and on the way out around the last corner again looks pretty decent. Actually, looks a lot better than what we're seeing for the guys in P1. See, this is obviously a very difficult corner in the wet. It's very fast, and you're unsettling the car by getting off the throttle when turning. So again, that looks pretty good, Yvonne, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Actually went quicker that last lap than his previous lap as well. So although Simone is just putting a 2:11.6, so 1 second a lap quicker than Reece Spence Rob. So clearly the looseness probably is Simone just pushing rather than it being the car. Still fastest on the track there. We're looking. Fortunately, some of the we're looking at some lap times in the 2:18. So some of the drivers out there struggling in these conditions, which is unfortunate because obviously it's been very changeable this race. So I guess it's a process where you have to really practice in the rain, especially where the weather forecast was actually looking like it could be quite changeable. So if anyone hasn't actually practiced in the rain, then only got themselves to blame, I guess. It's a different way of driving, isn't it, in the sim when it rains?
Yes. Well, I like to be prepared. So when we're racing a 24-hour or a long race or endurance race, I always like the spreadsheets, and always needs to be tested in wet. I don't ask that you drive hours in the wet, but at least do some testing, know what the car does, also a bit longer, also in damp and greasy, and then you're a bit more prepared.
Yeah, and I think also in endurance races, it's very important that you test in the dark as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you're just jumping in the car. If you're in the car when it's getting dark, you get used to the changes in the light, the way that your braking markers change, and if you obviously drive into the dark, then you're fairly well set for jumping into the car when you've only driven in the daytime. It's very different, and if you've not practiced, especially in the rain as well, because you don't see a lot of the lines and marks on the track. You just see puddles in the rain, in the dark. So you obviously got to pick different brake markers. And I guess that's a question to you. What do you use things on the side of the track, or obviously I see a lot of guys and girls where they use things like tie marks on the track. Obviously, which is great when the track's optimum because you've got a lot of tie marks, but when it's wet you don't see them, or when it's green you don't see them. So what's your process in choosing brake markers?
Well, I'm very lucky. I have a 49-inch ultra-wide screen, so I can see on both of the sides. And I always pick things that will stay there in the dark, in the rain, when somebody drove there. So it needs to stick. Because at first, I think one of my first races, I used one of the meter signs.
Okay.
Well, that was a huge mistake because the first lap, that board was gone. And I thought, okay, I'm never going to do this again. So since then, I was looking around to see on the side, on the barrier, there's an orange bit or something. You need to brake there, but you can also see it in the dark. Or a start of the curb. In most of the times, even in the dark, you can see the curbstones. So all those kind of reference points, I'm using that.
Yeah, I think I've in the past even gone to the lengths of wiping out the pit board.
Yeah.
So I actually can get used to, because I actually have been in races where people have done that, taken the pit board out, so where the pit line is,
Yeah.
the speed limit line. So I get used to where it is on track rather than actually just going by the pit board, because I think there was a Barcelona race that we were racing in the community in SSR before we joined with SRHI, where there was about 8 people got speeding penalties because somebody drove into the pit board and took it out. I'm like, well, okay, but you really should know where the line is.
Yeah.
Not just take it by the board. So as we see there in the guys in P2 in the GTWR Go Setups car, really struggling. You know, they were just losing the rear end on braking by the looks of things. So they obviously pushing, but it's not looking stable at all for them.
And it doesn't look like there's gonna be less rain. There's still more to come. So hopefully they will survive.
Yeah, it is. And it was Michael Fassbender was the road to Le Mans. That's the person that I forgot the name of earlier.
Okay.
He started. If you haven't watched those YouTube videos, they're only about 8 minutes long each, but it is probably some of the best racing stories I've probably seen in terms of real world racing. So it's worth watching. There's a couple of series where he starts out, you know, basically never having been in a race car at all, and being taught how to drive in a Porsche. You know, eventually getting up into a Porsche GTE. You know, in the I think he raced in the WEC series. So yeah, he's on trying to get to Le Mans as well. Clearly, he's got a little bit more money behind him, probably, Yvonne, than yourself. So it's his documentaries obviously helped him along the way in terms of getting a drive with Porsche. But obviously, you're well on the way, as you say, driving a C1, which actually I think the C1 will be a lot of fun.
I think it will be, maybe on 2 wheels to some corners, but it will be fun, and it will be to gain experience, to get up the license, and to grow, which is good. And I think if you do a 24-hour race with 4 drivers, you gain a lot of experience, so that's great.
Have you had a chance to drive the car yet, or are you waiting?
Yet. It's not ready yet. The hand controls need to go in first. So hopefully end of January, beginning February, we are on track for test days, track days. And I think the first race, if I say it correctly, is the 2nd weekend of March.
And that's in the UK, is it, or is it a European series?
Yes, in the UK.
Okay. So which track are you running in March?
It's a good question. I need to check the calendar, but I'm pretty sure it's Silverstone.
Okay.
The first one, but I'll check the calendar in a few minutes because I need to find it.
So you are going to be getting onto like Assetto Corsa or R Factor 2 to try and find a Citroen C1 mod. I think there's one in AC.
Yes. Well, I had some trouble last season to find it for the Scirocco, but hopefully this car I can find it. It will be good, and get some more time in the sim. The first one is the 19th of March, Silverstone GP.
Wow. Okay. So that's obviously the longest part. That's the longest track on the layout. So you're doing an endurance race. It's an endurance. How long's the endurance for?
The first one is 4 hours. Then again, and then a 24 hours, 2 times 6 hours. That's on 2 different days. That's Pembury. Well, I never heard of that, so I definitely need to find that in the sim to learn the track.
Yeah. So you're going to be doing. It's probably going to be 3.5 minute laps, I guess. Probably maybe 4 minute laps around Silverstone. So that's going to be.
Spend a long time on the straight. Enough time to talk.
You're going to be pushing it along, trying to push your seatbelts forward to actually give it a little bit more go on the straights. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Obviously, we've seen some of the enduro car racing this season. That looks like a lot of fun as well. Little cars, obviously they're all obviously very well matched because it's all the same cars. So you really have a lot of fun with that. And 24 hours as well. Where's the 24 hours going to be racing, Yvonne?
Silverstone GP also in May. That will be challenging in the dark. Because it's going to be very dark there.
Yeah, so you've been on Silverstone already, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously it's wider than you think than the sim, isn't it? So
yes,
the track, there's a lot of space.
There is, and the C1 isn't that big, so that helps also.
Yeah. Mel Bunker's on the track here. I had my first 30-second stop and go because the pit board was gone, and it wasn't focused on the pit limiter line. Well. Yep, you live and learn, don't you, with those types of penalties. I think at a race at Imola, I mentioned it before on stream, where I got a drive through for speeding into the pit lane. It wasn't obviously a major speeding, but then I served my drive through and took this pit limiter off too early and got a stop go 30 coming out of the pit through my drive through. So. Whilst it was looking like it was a good race, I think I was in P5, battling for, the podiums because we were all quite bunched together. It quickly become a P20.
Oh.
Okay, so let's check on the running order. So we're still 2 laps behind in the GTWR from those in P1 in the Racing Point team. And we are in the BMW, running very aggressive lines run across almost the grass there into the first part of the S's. Yeah, the track's starting to really look quite wet now. There's still a little bit of discernible racing line there, but it's you can start seeing the puddles now forming on the off the racing line and actually off the track. So as the rain's looking like it's going to get harder for at least the next 30 minutes, it's going to be the lap times are going to start increasing quite a bit. The Racing Point team's still in the 212s, whereas pretty much everybody apart from P3 are in either the late 213s or 14s. So they've still got a pretty strong wet setup. GTWR Go setup's just sort of trying to get past the backmarkers there. It looks like they're all sort of moving over for the cars around them, which is good to see. But it's a little bit of a risk as well, isn't it? The backmarkers, Yvonne, so you're trying to get around them, and sometimes you don't actually realise what they're going to do, and they don't lift off early enough, or they try to go round on the outside of the corner, and you're wondering, are they going to turn in, or are they not?
Well, especially in the wet, it can be very tricky because you don't know also how experienced they are, and you don't know what to expect. In the dry, it's a little bit easier. You can see a bit better. You don't have to spray behind the cars. Most of the drivers are a bit more predictable than in the wet. But it's at least what I found. So yeah, it could be very tricky. Hopefully it's all very clear and nothing is going to happen.
Well, I think they've had enough time to run in the wet, haven't they? this 24 hours, so they should be used to it by now. So we see the Misfits there still obviously in P4. Just starting their lap, and their 543rd lap with the leaders currently on 546th. Adrian Richardson still running in P5, further 2 laps down with their 540th lap. See if anybody that's looking like they're going to be the same lap. So the closest we've got is P6 and P7. So we'll just quickly drop to Team Abbey Racing with Nelson Abrinoso in the common sight that we see is the Aston Martin in the British Racing Green with the. I do like that livery actually. I'm a bit of a snob with seeing the team names running over the rear arch. I think it really works well. As we obviously see on the SimSport Racing International logo livery as well. They're in currently P6 with P7 only 17 seconds behind at the moment. So they're obviously potentially going to be battling towards the end of the race. We'll see how the pit stops and the pit stop phases later on, especially if it dries out, can actually affect them. So these two, you might find they've gone, I guess, they're thinking about strategy and when the track does dry out, if it does dry out, what they're going to do and whether they're going to run long with the wets or take the gamble and try and run on the slicks a bit quicker, a bit earlier than anyone else.
Yeah, it's possible to do that, but I think they will be questioning themselves first if it's worth to do it. Because it's a risk. There are some large gaps, also a few a bit smaller gaps in between. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth the risk.
As we can see there, literally at the moment, with the team in P7 just going through Degner 2, they're coming up up to the hairpin, and Nelson Abrinoso has just come out of the hairpin, so it's not that far. There needs to be a little bit of an incident or an off track or something like that, and those sort of 16, 17, 18 seconds are very easily swallowed up, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. Even if you go just a little bit on the grass and you go a bit off track, then it's already the seconds are lost, so it can go very quickly. But the Porsche looks very stable from Niels Engelhardt, so it could be a very interesting fight.
I guess if you the Porsche is a very good race car in endurances. It's because it likes being heavy on fuel. Yeah. It makes it very stable. I struggle with it when it's light in quali mode. It's very lively. I actually am quicker with a bit more fuel in the car. I actually, when I qualify, I probably put 50 litres in, so it makes me quicker. Clearly I'm not the fastest guy in the Porsche, but I do like it as an endurance car. It's very good with fuel in. It's really nice and stable. It actually gets. The only downside is with it, which actually I don't think we really see in real life, is its top speed is rubbish in ACC, whereas in real life I don't think it's that bad. Something that the developers I think need to do something about it. It's been too bad for too long, to be fair.
Well, I'm surprised to see, you don't see my Bernadette, the Bentley, in this race. I gave her a name because I always drove this, and my teammates were getting sick of it because I said I would like to drive with you, but you get Bernadette with it, and they already knew, then I need to drive the Bentley. And I don't know, it just suits my driving style, and I'm still much quicker than every other car in game. In the Bentley.
And do you drive with your position in the right-hand drive car position? So you see where the proper driving position, because I know some of the people I know, especially in the likes of the KTM, the Bentley, the Ginetta, which obviously have different driving positions. They move the camera to the middle of the car, so like the McLaren F1. So it actually it actually means that you get a much better view. But do you drive in the correct position?
I drive in the correct position. So if you belong to sit on the right side of the car, I sit on the right side. If you belong to sit on the left side of the car, I sit on the left side. I don't mind. I drive here on the road, the left side of the car, but for the first time that I drove on the right side was on the racing track in England last year. So it's all adjustable, and I adjust on it very quickly. Oh, was getting loose there on the curb. Nelson Abrunhosa from TAR Team Abbey Racing.
Yeah, really, curbs are deadly in this weather, and you've really got to stay off them. And you do actually get better grip offline as well. The age-old story of the rubber being on the track online is a lot more slippery. So you may see some of the faster drivers actually taking wet the normal karting wet line, as it were.
Yeah.
Because you do see a bit of a benefit running onto those marbles and getting offline. But clearly, if you can run around the track on the racing line, then it's generally the quickest way. Yes, because it's pretty much the shortest way. So, but yeah, when around the outside, that hairpin, for example, is actually a good example. It's probably better around the outside of that corner. And you see, actually, I think the Formula One guys now they're running very wide around the outside of that track, around that corner. Because there seems to be a bit more grip for them.
Yes, that's what I like. Also in the rain, you see the difference in driving style, but also in driving lines. Also, it's a bit car and setup dependent, but works very well. It's great to see.
So when you did karting, did you do much wet running when you were doing your karting when you were younger?
Yes, also we were very used to driving in the wet on dry tires with karting. In the Netherlands it's also raining quite a lot. Yeah, I really enjoyed it because sometimes we didn't have the pace on the dry with the kart, but in the rain it was really flying. Then you just had the right setup and you drove the correct lines and just flowing around on the track. And that's great.
Yeah, I see. Obviously, I've watched a few karting streams on YouTube, and those the lads when they're and girls that are racing in the rain on slicks. Sometimes obviously I've seen them running through massive puddles, and it's like surely that should be a red flag.
Yes. Sometimes it happens indeed. Sometimes it's going very well, and I was very lucky. That with me it was going very well, and just had a good flow. And we won also that race. So it was very great.
So we see there Elliot Levine on track for Convicts and Colonials. Pot728 on the YouTube chat has requested to see their team, I guess. I wonder if you could make a comment. If you know where the team name comes from, and specifically, is it just a play on words for you guys, or is there some significant meaning? That would be good to find out. We'll have a quick look in the Discord team info channel as well, see if we've got any additional info. But also, Victor Borlin has requested to see Ivan Barak, the president, apparently. So it's really some nickname they've got for the car. Have you got any nicknames, Yvonne, when you're racing for your teammates, maybe your engineers, or have they got a nickname for you?
We have a nickname for the car. For the Bentley we call her Bernadette, because she's sometimes had some trouble to turn. And then Althea Book said Bernadette the cow. So since then we call her Bernadette. And I think I'm the only one who's still loving to drive it, and the rest maybe go a bit to the new Audi and everything.
I'm sure the more you race with Team Brit, I'm sure they'll start. Engineers being engineers always give nicknames to people.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, I'm very bad in thinking about nicknames or giving someone a nickname. So, yeah, that's why we came up. Well, she came up with Bernadette, and it just sticks for the last 1.5 years. So, yeah, that's good. It's fun.
As we see here, with Victor, Ivan Barak, aka the president, as Victor's mentioned, who's obviously one of the other drivers, who apparently is the loose cannon with a never-ending eagerness to drive. That's obviously you, Victor. But yeah, with Ivan, the Croatian man of steel, they've said, who drives the GT3 cars like he drives rally cars very fast. He's probably the fastest driver on the team. So it's actually P4 currently. So yeah, still around a second a lap slower currently than the guys ahead, and just matching the lap times of Richardson in P5. But clearly they've got two laps advantage there. So just continuing to find some information on the convicts team, if they did provide us with that. Yeah, no further information. Oh, there we go. Great on the stream. 2 Americans and 2 Europeans initially created the team. Apparently, in olden days, Europeans used to hold their convicts in Australia. That's the short story. Yeah, actually, I think it wasn't just the European. It wasn't Europeans. It was the British used to send the convicts to Australia, which is one of those age-old stories that we when we're over there, we try to basically resist their jokes at the ponds, as they call us. It's all in good jest, I think. Yeah, obviously, I think Australia and the Brits are still very close. Probably more so now than the Europeans, as after Brexit, that's for sure, isn't it?
Yep. Well, it makes it more expensive to travel to England. And, well, my girlfriend is English, so we're traveling already a lot in between. And I'm racing now in England, and she's going to race next year also. Yeah, it makes it more expensive. Let's say it that way.
No, actually, we've got a fight for position. So we've got Verkman in P16 with Carlo Biello fighting, and there we have actually Niall Cox in P18 as well. So we've got 3 cars on track fighting for position in the last 3 hours of the race, which I don't think we were said an hour and a half ago, Yvonne, would we?
No, but with rain, everything can happen. It's sometimes very unpredictable, and yeah, that makes it always fun in an endurance race.
Let's see if we can Niall Cox there in chasing down Biello in P17. Dennis Verkman ahead there in the Aston as well, just trying to. Well, it looks like they've actually caught Abrinosa, which is obviously isn't for position, but he's getting in the way a bit there, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe he is. Or maybe he is going to move quickly out of the way.
Dimitri saying that Verkman may actually be a little bit further ahead, so that possibly isn't Verkman there in P16. We'll just try and find Dennis just to find out where he is on track, but they might actually be 90 seconds ahead if I'm actually looking at the pit wall live. it's just coming up to 130R by the looks of things. So when you're very close to the grass, we'll get that's definitely going to be a track cut, I think, out there. Well, it might not be because it's in the wet weather, isn't it? So you might.
Yeah, we're still lucky that he didn't lose the car there. I did a few weeks ago a race on iRacing, and if I hit that curb on the car with the car on the outside on the green bits, then the car was gone. So that's a very tricky corner, 130R.
And he did look like he was quite unsettled on the way in as well, which that corner is very difficult. If you brake too much or you lift off a little bit too much, it just unsettles the rear of the car, and you can end up going in sideways into 130R, which, as you can imagine, is probably one of the scariest corners to go sideways into. So yeah, we've got Niall Cox really putting the pressure on here, haven't we? We go both angles, so see how what's Nard thinking here. Is he's obviously caught Carlo up. By the looks of things, the lap times 0.3 of a second quicker the last lap round. He's probably hoping that the cars in front are going to continue to get in the way, I guess, and he's going to try and seize the opportunity. With Suzuka, it always tends to be quite difficult to pass because it is quite tight. There's not a lot of space, and into turn one, it's quite a fast corner, isn't it? Turn one and turn two, so you're not heavily braking. You're just sort of relying on people making a mistake. As we see, Nard's still visibly catching, getting closer to Carlo in front. Semi-defensive, Carlo sort of looking like he's pulling out to try and either gee along the people in front of him or just sort of say, look, can you please move over because I've got somebody behind me and fighting for position. The Aston seems to have got out of that corner very well, which is quite unusual because the Aston Martin isn't particularly great out of slow corners because it's got a very long first gear.
Yeah, but he took a smart line. He was going a little bit wider and had a very good exit there. But to the car that we're looking from now.
Unless we know the Aston Martin's very quick in a straight line, so it's Nard's going to try and take advantage, but I guess into turn one is probably it's much closer than he was up the back straight. So clearly Carlo's got some pretty good drafting. He's moved out. He's moved out just to try and put the car off in front, or just say, look, he needs to get out of the way. It looks like he's actually now going to get up alongside, whereas Nard doesn't actually make that opportunity. Is that Abranosa now in front? So those two cars have swapped actually, haven't they, in the last couple of laps? So I think it's Nelson, isn't it? Nelson Abranosa in the Aston at the moment. So maybe he looks like he's just struggling a little bit. So maybe he'll actually get out of the way as well. Realise they're actually fighting for position and not battling with him. Doesn't look like he's going to yield. It looks like he's going to carry on. Just no, I've got my position. There we go. It's just pulled over. It must be hearing what I'm saying.
Yeah.
it's frustrating though, isn't it, Yvonne, when you're in a battle, and especially in endurance racing, which I'm sure you found, you're quick. You've got obviously different classes of driver and different speeds of driver, and you could end up being a lap down from somebody, but you're 2 seconds a lap faster, and there's no requirements for them to move over. They're not on the same lap, and you're trying to make way, and you've really you end up really having to try and be aggressive just to get past, because otherwise it ruins your race. How do you normally approach that? Do you get your teammates to sort of message them and ask them to, do you mind awfully to move over?
Well, then it must be very bad if I let one of my teammates message in chat if it's possible. Because normally I don't really like to do that. I want to race, and they are also racing their own race. So it's not my intention to say, okay, I need to get past, so you need to lose time because you need to let me by or stand still. Some are thinking they need to stand still a bit, and I don't want that, because they are racing also maybe for another position. That doesn't matter. Everyone in this race is racing. So I don't like to ask if you can move out of the way in a message. I sometimes did do a flash because it was a lot of moving under the braking zone, and that's made it very risky and difficult. So that's why I flashed sometimes, a few times. But yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't think I've ever asked anybody in broadcast, in stream to, sorry, not stream, in Discord to move over. But it's normally a flash is enough, and a little bit of a lunge where you're not intending to overtake, but just to put it in their mind that you will actually
go in the mirror.
You will actually try it if they don't move over.
Yeah.
Normally works fairly well. Let's just have a little look, see if we have any more comments. Don't think we've got any more currently any more stewards' decisions. Obviously, clearly the stewards had the break from broadcasting and doing their work as well. So they'll be back online looking at those incidents shortly, I'm sure. If there's anybody been protesting, but clearly, obviously, it feels fairly spread out, so it may not be likely that there'll be a lot of protests. And it's a very clean community anyway.
It looks very good. Absolutely. Need to see if we can get involved in the next one. That will be great. But we already had the other race, and this afternoon a race. It was very difficult to get also a team for this together. That's why we didn't choose to participate. So hopefully the next one we can do.
Yeah, so there'll be the usual end of season meeting for the admin team, and we'll be deciding on what we're going to run next year in terms of how we're going to build the endurance series, but also the sprint series, which comes to an end for the GT3s in a couple of weeks. I think it's on the 20th, the last race. Although I may be put right. So yeah, we've got the GT4s is now finished, so we'll be launching a new GT3 and GT4 season. We'll be talking about all sorts of things, where obviously RF2 is starting to make a bit of a comeback. So we may be looking at trying to see if anybody wants to start doing some bit of fun racing on RF2. Obviously, if we can get a good team community, good team for that, the likes of being able to qualify for trying to get into the virtual Le Mans series if we can. We do have some quick drivers in our community, that's for sure. And if we can we can get a team that's good enough, then we'll can try and get into some of the big races. Obviously iRacing is ticking over. The STEM Link has been doing a great job at getting people into race room as well, which I feel is very underrated in terms of a sim. It's got some great content on there, and it's obviously not like iRacing where you have to buy the content and keep your subscription. Once you've got your content, you own it, and there's some great little cars on in race room as well. A lot of fun. So we've got some stuff there, in the planning. But in terms of the overall endurance, I'm sure there'll be some announcements in early January as to what we're going to be running next year. So anyone that's not involved currently and would like to be, do join our Discord. Obviously, click like and subscribe on the YouTube. You'll get all the notifications then of when we're going to be running the broadcast. And do join us for the racing, because it's we all have a lot of fun. And as we said, generally it's pretty clean. Obviously we, like all racing, even in real life, we have the odd incidents, but we've got a good stewarding community as well that steward the races most of the time. Post race, the endurance stuff, generally if we've got the stewards available, then they'll do it live. So it's good to have that capability, and as you've seen, we can do some pretty decent broadcasts as well for everybody, and make sure that we get some good viewing of good views on the cars. So it's literally a voluntary basis, and we have mate members. So we now have enough subscribers to earn money from YouTube as well. So the more people that watch us and the more people that subscribe, it helps the community out run the races. So do pass on our link, to your friends and family, and especially if you're going to be racing, and get those people watching, because it's a great community to be part of, and you obviously got a lot of friendly people on the broadcast as well. So I think we may have Dimitri coming into the shed soon, once he's had a coffee. So we'll get a break. we can let Dimitri do most of the talking for a little while. As we see there, Andrea Grappellini in Racing Point, currently in P1, 2 laps ahead of Rabiti, I think it's Simone, in P2. So still, I think actually Simone in P2 is actually currently running a little bit quicker, but I don't think in 2 hours 57 minutes they're going to be regaining that position back, unless there is a significant change in the weather and the running. But I think that if the weather's going to change, it's going to change to dry. So I don't think it's going to be going the way of the P2 runners, to be honest, unless they have obviously a crash. A bit of a reminder of the track we're on currently with Suzuka. Figure of 8 track. Those that have just joined us or who don't know the track, we can obviously see sector 1 with turn 1, turn 2 that lead into the S's and up into Dunlop, out of the S's there. Sector 2, obviously very technical through Degners and the hairpin, and round up into the world famous Spoon track, which is Spoon Corner, which is very taxing and get a lot of oversteer. Round into 130R, because it's basically a 130 radius, and up into the chicane, the final chicane, out onto the start-finish straight. So we've apparently got a battle into P8 now, so we're going to be running. Let's have a quick look on track. We've got Vanier and Anthony Terhorst just behind in the CBSR racing team. So Team Racing Holland. I think this might be an old rivalry, which you might be able to confirm on stream there, which because there was obviously a bit of a rivalry between two cars last year, with getting a little bit heated in Discord. They had their own channel to basically rib each other in the Discord, with Anthony Horse just running very wide out of Spoon Curve there. So and into 130R. Both look like got very pretty stable into the chicane, but Anthony Horse is really putting pressure on Petter, and he might get the opportunity here into turn one. It looks like he's close enough, but we'll see if the Aston Martin's got the straight line speed. I'm not too sure whether the AMG Mercedes GT3 is actually going to have the legs on the Aston, even with some of the yes. The AMG Mercedes, they're getting very screwy around the braking. It looks like he needs to move his brake bias a little bit potentially, but he's really wringing the neck of that Mercedes. And we've got a drive through there for Kroll in P14, so they have gone into the pits and they are serving that pit drive through immediately. So we've still got Van Aert and Anthony Horst still battling out for P8. See if we can get a view from Anthony's perspective. Still got the headlights on, as you can see on the road there, but see if they take different lines in here. It's the Sim Racing Holland car just runs right, and that's given Anthony Horst the run on the outside, the inside of the hairpin. And he's got the move done. So there we go. That probably wasn't the gift that Anthony was expecting, but he was clearly quicker than the SRH team. But again, it's like he's taken a little bit of a dodgy line then there, Anthony Horst, and has given the ability for the Sim Racing Holland team to get back into the slipstream. But I think he may not be close enough, but it depends how well they get round. He's actually got drive-through now as well, so oh dear, he might have actually got back into it, but the drive-through is really going to sort of give him a lot of pain there, Yvonne, isn't it?
Yes.
He's just just had a bit of a mistake into the hairpin, which has put him on the back foot, and then I guess pushing to try and get back onto terms. He's not taking the opportunity to get into the pits and serve the drive-through here, so maybe he's just thinking, just need to settle down a little bit, just take a couple of laps and get my rhythm back, and then go into the pit lane.
Well, I don't know. Normally, I think take it right away, go back into your rhythm, but you have 3 laps to serve it. If they want, they can stretch it.
A yellow flag here. We've got a yellow flag. And they've hit the wall. Tim Niebauer in the Porsche 911, Team Rocket Scuderia 24-hour. That looks a little bit like it might be terminal. See if we can see. There's not learning damage there. Actually, could it be? They brought it back to pits. She left the server, so maybe that was a technical failure, a disconnect. That's unlucky because they were running almost in the top 10 there, and only one lap behind P10 at the time, but it's unfortunate. And we've got P1 spinning on turn 1. Have they kept that out of the wall? Looks like they might have done, but that's clearly they've actually been in the pits as well. So Andrea Grappolini's been in the pits, changed tyres recently, and that's not really what they want to do. We've got another yellow flag. That's just looks like a running off track, to be honest. Down in P27, so Grappolini's got himself dusted off. Rain's steady now, not decreasing, increasing, so the track's not really going to get any drier or any wetter. But clearly it's a challenge still out there, Yvonne, isn't it?
Yes, it's definitely a challenge, and especially if you're just coming into the car, it takes some time to settle in, a couple of laps, get the tires on temperature. If you're gonna get them on temperature, that's also the question. And get a bit in the groove. The BMW in P1 looks very stable, so hopefully he will get the groove back, or get the groove soon. To see him driving around and enjoying the rain.
Yeah, I do enjoy. I enjoy racing in the rain. It's a lot of fun. It's whereas Appaloosa's rear ends just like to slide out there around that corner. That would have been. Well, I think I'd have been like, what's going on here? That's a bit unusual. He obviously held it, so maybe just a little bit loose on the puddle on the outside there, potentially.
Yeah, they're doing well with a beautiful livery. I have to say, I really like the British green with a bit of orange, and the logo looks really good. The logo pops well. I like that. They are now currently P6 overall, but second in the silver class.
And on the same lap as well, but yeah, they've got a way to go yet before they can catch Richardson and the team Green Moose Racing ahead. So let's just see how far they are. I think it's around 50 seconds. Yeah, so we've got just going around Degner into the hairpin, so they are obviously half a lap behind roughly. Just gone underneath the figure of 8, so yeah, still some time to catch up, but got to go some to actually to catch them up. And actually, Andrew Richardson currently is 2 seconds a lap quicker than what Nelson was the last lap. So yeah, not looking great for getting into P5 unless there's an incident up ahead.
You never know. There's still 2 hours and 48 minutes to go. And with these conditions, everything can happen. And it doesn't seem to dry up in the next half an hour. It will stay a bit the same. Well, we'll see. And now the Aston number 12 is in for the drive-through.
There we go, just completing the drive-through. Just coming out of the pit lane. Oh, it's always a bit tight coming out there because it's literally exits into the entry, doesn't it, of turn 1. Obviously, Vettel just a little bit encroached on the white line there. Probably should have stayed a little bit right, to a little bit longer. But no harm, no foul. Obviously, they've not hit anybody, which is. Obviously a benefit for everyone involved, and obviously the team SRH running the Dutch flag on their wings and the usual Dutch orange. Where does the Dutch orange come from, Yvonne? What's the history behind that colour?
I have no idea if there's history behind that colour, to be honest, but I know with every sporting event, if it's for racing, for football, for a handball, a hockey, well, every sport event, or with King's Day, we just all wearing orange, and yeah, it's just great to see because it really pops well. So if you look on the racetrack nowadays, you see the orange shirts and you all know, oh, they're from Holland or they are fans from Max Verstappen, and yeah, it just really pops. And I think, well, I never wear a red, white, blue, but if there is something special in a country like King's Day, it's always orange. I have no clue how it came. I would like to know, to be honest, but I just grew up with it.
I just think they're all obviously Bruce McLaren fans.
Yeah, I really like this comment. I think it was from from Norris.
I see that. So Marika Van Mellis is House of Orange King William. Does that mean? So is that? Oh, I guess that's some historical figure, is it? In Holland.
Oh, here comes Orange of the Dutch comes from the royal house of the Netherlands, who are called Van Oranje, Orange. This originates from the Middle Ages, where there's the area of Orange in France. Okay, well, I'm learning here also. That's good.
I know when I've sat with I've obviously done live stewarding with Anthony Terhorst and Aaron van Duren, and we've been talking about Dutch history, and we was talking about a festival in an area in Holland where they make these floats that are made out of flowers. And I think it was Anthony that actually said, I don't actually know what that is. I've never heard of it. I'd seen it on a TV programme in the UK. And Aaron's like, yeah, I can't remember where it was, but it was obviously quite interesting. So I think one of our famous people went over there to spend some time. I think they were on some sort of bike road trip around France and Holland. So every day is a school day.
Yes, it is. Especially this morning already. It's the first time, well, the second time for a little bit that I do co-commentating. But I really enjoy this. I need to get a little bit better in it. It's getting there, so it's good.
That's all good. So we got P4 there running very close to a backmarker, getting the blue flags you see there. So they're going to be hoping that they move out the way pretty quickly, which currently they're not actually required to do so. But clearly, if there's lots of big puddles everywhere on certain parts of the track, I don't think I'll be wanting to move over either. Although they're getting out on the grass there, the green BMW. As we see there, obviously, I think getting on the grass did actually make them run a little bit wide anyway. So the Misfits team there have got past them fairly nicely. And as I said earlier, I think that livery does make it looks like a bullet train, doesn't it? That Mercedes. So the old one, the one with a round end, rather than that really pointy arrow-like train that they've got now. It's lovely livery. Actually, isn't there actually a window? I think it's that on the wheel, just behind the driver's window. It actually looks like a fuel filler, doesn't it? I think makes it look a bit like the space shuttle window.
Looks good. I always say with the liveries, less means more. So the accents that you put on with the collar, you can see it better, and I like that very much on a livery. I also really like the well-synced liveries. They are always looking very good on track.
So let's just run through the class leaders then. So we've got Andrea Grappolini for Racing Point in P1 for the Pro class. P2 currently Andrew Richardson for Green Moose Racing. P1 in Silver class, Andrew Richardson, and we have Tom Curlin in the Astra Racing team. Apologies to the Astra Racing team, but Tom Curtis they're running in P1, and they have currently the Wild Things Racing team chasing them down, but still quite a way back behind them. So P2 in the silver in the Pro class. GTWR Go setups still running in P2, 2 laps behind. And P3 in silver class, currently Reece Spencer Rob in the RC Racing team. further lap behind. Nelson Avarosa running P2 in silver Pro-Am class. Currently 70 seconds behind Richardson, with Anthony DeHorst currently running P8 after getting past Catavania in before he got his drive-through. So running in P3 for silver class, and P3 in the AM class is currently Sebastian Reno currently in P22 for Green Moose rookies. So they're doing well in class. So still lots of racing to go. 2 hours and 39 minutes. I think we're going to be getting Dimitri Shen coming into the comms box fairly soon, along with Callum Mooney, who did a lot of the broadcasting yesterday. So he's quite new to our broadcasting, well, very new to our broadcasting team. And thank you to all the people that have done comms. I saw Chris Hill popped in yesterday for a stint yesterday evening. So thanks to everyone that's been involved, all the organisers as well, all the people that have been in the background. Obviously, yesterday was a challenge with certain things going on within the stream. Within the server. Some things not going quite as planned. So it's great that we've done now 21 hours of after the restart, as we've got a drive-through for P27 Carpenter, and we've got a drive-through for Track Limits. So Austin Carpenter in the Convicts and Colonials team, so we'll see if they coming round to actually the hairpin, so see if they're going to serve that drive-through straight away. I suspect, as we discussed, it's normally better to do it straight away, but yeah, it looks like it's going to come straight in. So don't speed in the pitch. You do not want to stop go 30 as well as that. Make sure you get that pit limiter on. It looks like you slowed down pretty early. I think you could be going quite well if you knocked that 50 board out of the way, wouldn't you, Yvonne? I think that's...
Well, it's important that you all can see the line, or there is a thing beside it that you can see and that you can recognize it, because you just don't want to take the risk that the sign is gone and you don't know where the line is and you're not sure if you're on time or not. Well, that all sounds like a disaster, so I think everyone would like to avoid that. And I did a few weeks ago a 10-hour race at Suzuka, and it was then on iRacing, but there was a little pole on the pit entry on the wall, and I knew if I brake there, and I braked around the 80%, pushed the pit limiter on 10 meters afterwards, I knew I was on the right speed. That are just small little things where you can recognize it on. If there are no signs, then you can always see the line or do it like that.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't practice pit stops enough, and I know there's a lot of tools out there where you can get some pit stop help. I think Race Lab apps do some like distance arrows, and you can obviously set your Sim Hub dash to do various things in regards to pit stops, which help. But obviously, the speed limit. That was close. P23 there, just getting really close to the car on the outside. It looked like we run a little bit wide into the 130R, which that could have ended up a lot worse than they did. But thankfully, it looked like they had a little bit of a kiss, door rubbing on that, as they say, and no problem really. I think the BMW certainly lifted off again to allow that. The other BMW passed as well. Yes, places can be won and lost in the pit stops in ACC for sure. If you're out of position, the pit crew will actually pick you up, move you, and then drop you back down, and then pick you back up again. So you could lose 7 or 8 seconds on being in the wrong area in your pit box. Starting your car, if you've got auto start on, for example, if you start your car or you don't start your car late enough, then the auto start can turn it back off. So I don't know about you, Yvonne, but I don't have auto start on when I'm doing endurance races because I think it's just
I always do it with the buttons.
it's a lot easier. The only thing is, with auto start, when you don't have it on, if you spin, you end up stalling if you don't use the clutch. Which I find is obviously also can be a bit of a time loser as well, because you're wondering why when you're pressing the gas, it's not actually working. You've actually stalled the engine.
Yeah, well, I'm not using a clutch pedal, and I now set up my hand controls also for ACC, and I can use my pedals and hand controls on the same time. So I don't have any room for a clutch at the moment, and when I now just spin, I already hold my hand by the ignition to start the car right away.
So what setup do you use then? So obviously you've got what base and pedal rim have you got? Have you got a specially made one that Team Brit made for you, or have you got one that is like a standard off the shelf thing?
Well, I'm using now the Fanatec DD1 with the Formula wheel rim, and I moved the GT shifter, so the bigger shifter, to the underside to the hand controls, because otherwise it was a very small golden thing, but was not very comfortable. So I have a bigger hand control there now. And I had Heusenfeld Sprints adjusted pedals, but I'm trying now, because of my legs are going backwards, I'm trying now Fanatec pedals, also a little bit adjusted. And then I can also use in ACC pedals and hand controls on the same time, because I cannot map them both. So I had a little bit of problems the last couple of months when my health was going backwards, and I just couldn't drive well with the pedals at all, and I just keep losing seconds of time. And I'm still not there with the hand controls and pedals, because I do then the brake on the wheel and the throttle on the pedal, and I'm just testing with it now, trying to get better, and hopefully I can get a bit of the results back.
When you're obviously racing in your modified car, are you just using your hand controls, or are you using pedals as well? Okay.
But I like to do the endurance racing, and I noticed this wheel, it's a very comfy wheel, very handy with all the buttons, but if you need to drive it for 2-3 hours straight with the hand controls, I get really bad cramps in my fingers and hands. So that's why I always want to have the backup of the pedals. I have my upper screen where I'm using a dash to see the pedal inputs, otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, it's a bit of adjusted driving, and I'm very used to it. I do that for years, but I really need to step over on the hand controls now. Even I really like my pedals, and I really don't want to give up on them.
And you've got a set of pedals that you really have to push as well, haven't you? So, they're not very forgiving. The Hobson belts weren't very forgiving, obviously, but you're running fast. Did you say Fanatec or Fastmaster now?
Well, the Fanatec is a bit easier. It's the CSL Elite, and it makes it easier because it's a lot wider. But I really like my Heusenfeld Sprints, and I could set up the throttle travel, the brake travel. I could give a lot more detail from what I wanted, and where I knew I have trouble with the braking. I adjusted it in the software, and I could gain a little bit of time that way. So yeah, unfortunately it's not going well now, but hopefully it will come back, because I really like to drive with the pedals and use my upper screen to see the pedal input and get it back.
Okay, so it's obviously a lot of the guys and girls here that racing, who are able-bodied, they probably don't realise the difficulties that you face in just doing sim racing, let alone real world racing, and how adaptations have really allowed you to get back onto the track and get back into something that you obviously clearly love.
Yeah, it's great, and it's also great that it's possible because when I stopped when I was 20, I didn't have the option to go and race with hand controls. In the Netherlands, they are not as far as Team Brit is in England. So when I got that opportunity, I took it with both hands and just went for it.
So how did you feel on your first go in the Team Brit car? Was it the BMW you first drove?
Yeah. I drove first time on the right side of the car, to be honest, because I always came with my Dutch car to England. And that was at Silverstone, Grand Prix track. A beautiful day, sun was shining, and I was quite emotional because it was a dream to come back. And then after 9 years, you're going to the track, and then you go right away to Silverstone. Yeah, that was already a dream came true.
Who did you take with you?
My girlfriends.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the second time, my parents came over as well. They couldn't the first time due to work, but the second time they came, so that was great.
And obviously, you're going to be spending a lot more time in Blighty this year with your endurance series.
Yes, I think it's going to be 8 races in total. So and a lot of practice, test days, track days. So we're going to spend a lot of time in England next year.
Cool. Right. So we have joining us in the commentary box, Dimitri Schenk, who you would have heard yesterday. So I'm sure at some point, who's one of our admins and one of our head stewarding people. Dimitri, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Yvonne.
Good morning, Dimitri.
I was watching the live stream and listening to your commentary, and it was really nice. So well done.
Bless you. We paid you to say that, didn't we?
Yeah. No, it was really nice, and it's pretty tough. And you had a couple of streaks where there were not so many battles going on. So it was really nice to have Yvonne over here with her, real life experience of driving a car, which is something I guess not everybody has. I know for sure that I don't, except my daily driver, but I'm not racing that.
Well, it was great to be here, and thank you, Dave, and Dimitri and Tom as well, because I really enjoyed it, and I hope I can do it more. And I know I need to learn some more, but it was great.
It sounded really nice, so no problem at all. And being Dutch as well, I really struggle every now and then. So it's always fun to have a co-commentator with you, and it was a great combination. So well done.
Thank you. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, good luck in your last stint of your 24-hour and your other race this afternoon.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to have some wine and just sit and relax on the couch afterward. Thank you, and good luck to you, but also to the drivers and the teams. Doing great.
Thanks, Yvonne. Take care. I'm sure we'll see you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
So you have to fill me in a little bit, Dave. I was looking at the Pitbull Live, and for some reason it's not really showing the same picture as I have on my stream. Is that the same for you?
To be honest, I'm not using Pit Lane Live. I'm actually just using the broadcast app. So
all right.
To be honest, I'm not too sure.
I'm going to refresh and see what happens, and it seems to be fine now.
Maybe do a control refresh.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, these obviously we had a 2 hour drive period, roughly. which then has turned into a pretty wet period, as I think we've seen most of the race has been dry and wet quite a bit, and I think we're about to see the rain decreasing. So once that's ticked over into the 10-minute mark, we'll see if the rain's going to continue to decrease, and we might actually get maybe a dry finish to the race.
Yeah, it would be lovely. When I woke up this morning, one of the first posts I saw on Discord was sunshine, yay! And I knew I had to do a stint around 6 o'clock, so that brought a smile to my face. And I got lucky indeed. I had the dry stint, and then Sander took over, and he's chugging along now in the rain.
Right, so if we can find, where is he? There he is in P15. So he's got somebody same lap. So there we go. Sandoval in the zebra car. So he'll chase him down. Obviously, Tim Kroll, which I think he's probably too far out ahead of you, isn't he? Sorry, Dennis Kroll is in the car currently.
Yeah, it looks like it. And with 2.5 hours to go, it's I guess this is the time where all the teams are doing some math and see how many stints do we have to do still, and you don't want to end up with 15 minutes left or something like that. So I think every team is now adapting to the time that is left and the amount of stint time that you have. See if you can maximize it. So it's always you're never sure if the car ahead of you if he has to do 2 stints, 3 stints, but that's I guess the main game right now.
Yeah, for sure. So we have I think we're just about to get an update from our lovely admin Baz Van Menes on how much we have currently earned to date in terms of sponsorship, which is going to be coming up on screen any second now. €6,865.50 currently. So everyone, thank you so much for your kind donations. We've still got 2 hours 23 minutes to go, and there's still plenty of time to ask your friends and family to get onto the stream and watch it, and basically put their hands in their pockets if they can afford to. Of course, we're all suffering with increased costs at the moment, and it's it really is a great cause to go to, and just to sort of put a smile on some of those kids and those families' faces that are battling cancer at the moment, and or have been in the past year. So do keep the donations coming in. Got 2 hours 20 minutes left to of the stream. I think we'll probably keep the donation pages open for a while, and you can use the SimSport Racing PayPal, and we will pass those donations on to the charity straight away, directly. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the teams really made a massive effort, and we'd raised €4,500 just even before the race had started. So again, thanks to all those people that got involved and all the people that donated to the teams. How did your fundraising go, Dimitri? Did you manage to? Obviously, Baz has been working tirelessly in terms of getting sponsors and things like that, as we see Sandoval going very sideways.
Yeah, that was a nice drift onto the main straight. Yeah, now Baz is really great at stuff like that, and he has all the right connections, and I think we have done pretty well, with the fundraiser. But like I said yesterday as well, it's always great that we have sort of into what do you call it, like a good-natured battle between the teams, like who can raise the as much funds as possible. but in the end, it doesn't matter if it's a lot or a little less. It's all for a good cause, and everybody gives what they are able to, and that's the main part. So yeah, that's really great, and we are actually trying to see if we can get one of the main people of the charity in the stream later today. So hopefully that will happen, and we'll see if that's possible. I see on the YouTube chat, Dave, that Pistonbrook says 6.8 thousand plus. That's a set of new Aztec pedals. Well, you could buy those new SimiCube braking pedals. It's roughly the same, but in this case, it will all go to the families and the children that are fighting their own fight, and it's a lot of money, but it's also so great to see those smiles on the faces. So yeah, good cause. Like, we're currently watching car number 79. I'm looking at, still battling my pitfall life a little bit. It seems to be out of sync, so a little bit of trouble to see where the fights are on track, and if there are any close battles going on. It might be actually that P13 we have the Greek Freaks. We seem to be closing in on P12 at the moment. Let's see if I update my pitfall live what we get. Yeah, it seems to be bugs a little bit. So currently we're focusing on P20, which is Alexander Gray in the BMW. And the rain, it's still raining, and it's still predicting rain for the next 30 minutes, and it's gonna lessen a little bit, but that might give some teams some headaches, if you're doing your stints and you want to switch right now. It might be difficult to decide what are we gonna do. I'm gonna have a look at Mr. Gray. How many laps has he done? Yeah, he's 46 minutes into his stint, so in the next 15 minutes or so, they have to make a decision. What are we gonna do? The rain is decreasing, but if it's wet like this, you might have to opt for wet tires again, and possibly switch to the dry tires later on in the stint. I do think it's a great livery, full with the Japanese characters on it. It's really well made for this charity event. I'm trying to figure out because the timing table is not very helpful to see how much the difference is between P19 Tim Curtin and Alexander Gray, but it looks like there is quite a gap there. And we see a drive-through for car number 73, which is Van Bever, Dimitri Van Bever. Great first name. I think we are actually able to make a Dimitri endurance team if we really wanted to. But that would be a bit weird, to be honest. I see Gray passing another car. It looked like it was slow on track in the hairpin. Sort of missed what happened there. See. While focusing on car number 30 now, Barak. I have to look, that is the Misfits in the Mercedes AMG. Ivan Barak currently driving it.
Yeah, the president, aka the president. R999 feeling lonely, so let's just go and find Damien de Kaiser. He's currently in the car.
I think they're feeling only due to the disconnect that they had. They were actually coming up to a proper fight, and then they got a disconnection, unfortunately.
I don't know, they can be lonely when they're battling with a Porsche. Well, we've got 2 hours 15 minutes left. Again, looking like the weather might play a part in the last part of the race, with it reducing in wetness, so I predict that we may have a dry end of the race. So there we go, I've said it.
I think, to be honest, Dave, with 2 hours and 40 minutes left, it will dry up and we will see another shower and then possibly a dry ending. But looking at the way it has been right now, those showers seem to be coming along every now and then. And personally, I really like that. You know, it's not just your stint of 1 hour and 10 minutes that you try to optimize. We have seen quite a few stints where cars and drivers had to make a decision mid-stint. Are we going to switch to the wet tires? Are we going to switch to the dry tires? It's not just doing your laps. Try to do hot laps for 1 hour and 10 minutes. There are strategic decisions within your stint as well. Personally, I really like that.
Yeah, it's. I think you have to think on the fly. That everybody makes plans when they first start an endurance race, and they normally go out the window by the first corner.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to be quite nimble and have somebody that is awake for most of it in terms of their mental function to actually make some decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was about to do my stint last evening, it was drying up, and Dennis Werkman he was running onto his stint time, so I had to pit. But actually, it was a couple of laps early to go for the dry tires, and we made a decision on the fly to go to opt for a drive-through. Not stop, but go through the pit lane to reset the stint timer. And continue on the wet tires for a couple of laps more before we actually switched drivers and went for the dry tires. In the end, at the end of the dry stint, it looked to be the right decision, because there were a couple of cars who did go for dry tires a couple of laps earlier, and they had real trouble to get around the circuit. That's just a last minute decision on the fly. Which seems a bit counterintuitive, but I thought that was really great decision making by the team.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you're coming up to when the weather is so changeable, and you're coming up to the end of your stint time, and you've either got to do what you've done, reset, do a drive through, because it's obviously quicker than doing a pit stop, but you do, especially when you're trying to maximise the amount of time you're having in your car. Because obviously, if you can do 70 minutes, every 12 hours approximately, you get a free pit stop.
Yeah,
actually, it's less than that on this. I think that was at Spa. Every 12 hours, you got a free pit stop. But here's the pit lane's a bit shorter, so you don't have as long a pit stop. I think it's about half the time, so probably every 6 hours you generate a new pit stop. But you've got to maximise your 70 minutes, and with the changeable conditions, it really goes out the window, doesn't it? That maximisation, and you're thinking you might get 10 stops or 11 stops, or even 23 stops. It's very unlikely that that's going to happen. It will probably be more.
Yeah, absolutely. And with these changeable conditions, I had a stint where I was the back marker, but I was passing the number 1, the number 2, the number 5 car because they decided to stay on dry tires, and we made the switch to wet. And on the same tire, they were probably like 2 seconds faster than me, but we were on different tires, and within 4 or 5 laps, I had pulled a 15-second gap. So that's the time differences that you can get when you make a wrong decision and you're on the wrong tires. And sure, going for a pit stop and going for a different tire, it will cost you about 40 seconds. But if you lose 15 seconds in a couple of laps, that might well be worth it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just seeing on track here, sort of an on track battle, but not for position. That's Abranosa in I think in P10 or 11 actually. I think they were. They must have pitted. Oh no, Nelson Abranosa P6. Apologies. So he's obviously way ahead at the moment of Mohamed El Yuri. Apologies if I pronounce your surname wrong there. In Revolution Sim Racing Blue. But looking like the lap times actually, 2:13.6 last time round for Mohamed, and Nelson's last lap time was a 2:13.2, so fairly well matched actually, to be honest. So they'll probably just maybe holding station, but it looked like he was being quite racy, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that Mohammed, he was doing an interview yesterday. He really likes the wet tracks and the rainy conditions. And also on the Discord this morning, one of his teammates called out, it's wet weather, so it's time for him to shine. That this is what he likes. So let's see if he can provide some really fast laps.
So on to Sebastian Reno. He's now in P3 on class, P22 overall in the 222 Audi, and yeah, I mean, as we can see, is that the second SRH car, I think, isn't it, the white one, jumping out of the way quite late. I as I said to Yvonne earlier, sometimes coming up to back markers, you really just like, please just back out before we get to the corner, because otherwise I do not know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. There was no incident there, but yeah, it's not the greatest way to let somebody pass on a mid corner as the Audi there. The Audi sometimes struggles in the wet. I've had it both ways, because obviously I tend to run it quite high downforce all the time, but to get the best out of it, you have to run it really low. And it really struggles when it starts to get wet if you haven't got a sort of a midpoint or wet setup on it. So yeah, I don't think we've not really seen the Audis really perform that well today. We've got one in P10 currently with SCB Racing. So that's the highest placed Audi currently. Clearly the BMW still have the edge within the sim. Obviously the drivers are great as well, but it's, the top 3 are BMWs, and at the top 5 there's 4 BMWs, so clearly it's still the car to beat, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. And I'm not sure if it's rain specific or not. I did notice that Groppolini and his team, they seem to have their car very well set up for wet conditions, and with all the showers going on, that really helps, of course. And the BMW of Robiti seems a bit more unstable, but in the end we see a top 3 BMWs. Yeah,
there's certainly some pushing going on, I think, earlier on, and we've seen the lap times now improved by over nearly 2 seconds. So from when it was raining a lot. So again, the drier line is starting to reappear. So we're going to start seeing the lap times tumble down. Obviously, we're still, I guess, 12 seconds a lap slower than when it's dry at optimum track condition. So I'm sure the drivers will be praying for that rain to keep showing minus on the weather forecast, and so they can get some dry running before the end of the race. Especially, I think Ivan Baraka, she's actually supposed to be racing for 4 hours to see the end of the race through. So he's probably going to want it dry, not wet for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
How are you doing, lads, as well?
Good morning, Colm.
Good
Good
afternoon, guys. Looks like a very wet track out there.
Well, it's actually drier than what it was. It was raining. It was plus rain for quite a time. It was about for an hour, so it actually got to puddle stage. It wasn't saturated, but it was a challenge for them out there, and it's been now minus rain for, well, on the forecast for the last half an hour. So obviously that's going to be switching over. So it's going to the lap times have now started to fall. They were about a second and a half quicker than we were at its worst. So I think for the last 2 hours, I think it's going to be. I predicted before you come back on that I think it's going to be a dry end to the race, but Dimitri's confident that there's going to be another shower before the end.
Oh, with the way the weather has been 100%, I reckon it's probably going to be snowing and showering and ice behind then.
It's a bit like real life then.
Oh, absolutely. Well, like at the end of the day, Japan is a very random country for weather as well, with rain. So we all know what the real GT3s and Formula 1 goes through as well over there. It can be when it rains over there.
Definitely, yeah.
Looking though on the grid, guys, a massive change. I see Reese was saying to me last night, we had an interview with him, that he'd like to get back up the third, and obviously they've done that there, and they're actually a lap ahead now as well. So actually fair play to them, because they were really trying to get back into it, because I think they had a stop go 30 and they had a disconnect or something it was that had put them back into fourth position.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. I'm having a look at some close battles as well. And maybe Tom, I think it's car 74, Sam Spankling, who was in a slight battle with car 11, but not anymore by the looks of it.
No, I see any overtook.
Yeah, it's a bit of a search for some very close action right now. That's always what you get, when the race goes on. It all spreads out a little bit. I was telling Dave as well, I think a lot of teams are now figuring out, are we going to make it with 2 more stops, or do we have to do a small splash and dash at the end? So that might throw a curveball every now and then for some teams.
Absolutely, and just looking there as well, we're after missing out on 5 teams. What teams have gone?
I know there were a couple of teams who had some disconnect problems. There was one disconnection where the number 1 driver, in case of disconnect, the number 1 driver has to reconnect first, or otherwise, things will go horribly wrong. Unfortunately, the number 1 driver was asleep, and they couldn't get him awake. So that was one team that dropped out. I'm not entirely sure which team it was, but there have been some technical issues.
Yeah, look, I think it was an 118 as well, had a massive, wasn't it Cox, I think, was in the car, and he had a few disconnects, but they left for a while last night, but then rejoined. I was happy to see them rejoin the track before we had finished up. I know they were having severe disconnect issues, but can't see if they're still in it now. And look, a good old car 999 is still going as well. Patrick Wants is in it. Great to see some of the names still going at this time. It's definitely been a tough one for everyone, and fair play to them, because they're all doing this for the fun, but also for against cancer as well. And I can see the money has gone up slightly. So guys, whoever's watching, don't forget, if you can afford to give anything, by all means, there's the barcode up there, or the QR code. Donate what you can. It's all for a great cause, and it's run by volunteers, so 100% of the funds go towards the kids and everyone else who gets the benefit from this.
Yeah. Well, the stewards are now in the stewards box, so they've stretched and yawned and had 6 cups of coffee just to get themselves ready to review any incidents that have happened over the night that have been protested. So,
oh wow,
we may still get some penalties.
Fun times for everybody.
Yeah, we
love
have,
that
to, we
variable.
have to remember as well that most of the stewards they are actually participating as well. So they're doing stints, and then when they're off stint, they're doing the meetups with each other to go through all the incident reports. So well done to them as well. Trying to mix driving and stewarding like that. It's pretty nice, and of course they always make sure they are with a couple of stewards. So it's a multi person decision that will be made.
Yeah, it's a fair thing. It's a fair way of doing things as well. But I have to say, the car 1 tray who's leading this, they've dominated this from the start, guys. In all fairness, to be this dominant for literally 22 hours now, running on to 22 hours now in a minute, absolutely amazing. The fact 583 laps and still going strong. Well done to them.
So, Colin, what was your prediction in the end for the amount of laps that we would have done at the end of the 24 hours?
Funnily enough, we've actually surpassed that by 4 laps. Because I said it was going to be under 600 by whatever laps it was at the time, but obviously slightly off. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be closer to 800 laps now, to be honest. Probably 750, 800. Yeah, that's a phenomenal achievement from everyone involved.
Absolutely, yeah, and especially with these changing weather conditions, it makes it extra difficult. But I have to say, especially those top teams, it's basically the top 2 in the same lap, I think. No,
there's a lap off. Yeah.
There's a lap off as well. Yeah, so that's great to see. And it looks like we have some Spank Link. I think he's 10 laps off at the moment. It looks like how can you be 10 laps off, but over the course of 22 hours, that happens quite quickly. And when you have an incident or you have a disconnect problem or something like that, that's 2 laps right there.
Well, that's why I'm looking back there. Car 73 and 30th place is on 548 laps. So, this is what I love. It's the tenaciousness. The pure nutter, we're still going to race this to the end regardless of what's happened. They know they're not going to win. They're probably not going to get up to 29 because they're about 20 laps off them. But they're persevering with it. They're doing it for the experience, for the cause, and that's what I love. It's the tenaciousness out of these and the heart that these drivers are showing. And even the guys who are in 29, 28 as well, they're quite a few laps off, but anything can happen. There's still 2 hours to go. Someone could have a disconnect, someone could get a few drive-throughs, and that really will change the game for them. And one position, while it might only sound like one position, that means a lot to anyone racing, as you know yourself being a racer.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's great that you mentioned the RCRC, which are fought behind the wheel right now. That is one of the teams who has some issues this evening or this night actually, because there were apparently some issues. They had to call up a reserve driver, and he just went to sleep for 1 hour, for an hour, and they couldn't get him awake. So it cost them a couple of extra laps, and I actually had to watch some live streams from drivers yesterday evening, and I joined their Twitch stream, and they were having so much fun out there. They were really enjoying it, and they were actually wondering, because everybody else was getting drive-thrus and stuff like that, and they didn't even have one track cut yet, so they almost suspect that the game was broken for them, and they were actively trying to get a track cut to see if the game was still running properly for them. And it took a couple of tries, but in the end they did get the track cut, so they knew now there's not a bug or something. It's just us being very clean drivers.
That's brilliant, because it was definitely in the later stages last night, from about say 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, the amount of people that were getting track warning drive-thrus. So it was going to show that the tiredness was starting to kick in a few of these drivers, and fatigue and everything else involved with racing for overnight as well. So obviously it's definitely made a difference to what's happened, because then some people that have gone in, then they mightn't have clicked the pit limiter and then got a 30-second stop go as well. So there were an awful lot of craziness happening, but it was great for us watching it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm having a look at our info at the moment, Tom Colm, to see if we can. R22. Yeah, to see if we can get one of the people from a charity in for a small interview.
Brilliant. Can we jump onto car 22 there? Our number 70 it is, because he's just about to go for an overtake. And as we say, they got the move done. That's a nice one. And I love our imaginary friend is back in because we didn't realise he left at 12. We were going to get him to do something. Great to see you here, Tom, as well. Nobody can hear Tom, but Tom is a legend.
Absolutely.
And even on there now, Timo Zayk is after getting a move done on Mohamed El Garan, who's gone into the pits. Now there is a bit of a closer battle starting to brew up in 6th and 7th place, guys. Sven Mackenberg's about 1.8 seconds off Nelson Ambernoza. I can't pronounce words, by the way, guys. I'm brutal. Why can't you all have easy words that a simple Irish lad could call out? But this is actually great to see these fighting still 22 and a bit hours in for 6th and 7th spots. So these are for very good points. Wait, did you do any more stints actually?
I did actually this morning, around 6, between 6 and 7 Dutch time, so that will be 5 to 6 UK. And I got up this morning and I saw on Discord that it was blue skies and sun in Japan, so I was very happy, and I did do a dry stint,
nice.
Pretty much the entire stint. So that was really nice, and kept it safe, kept out of trouble. So I was happy with that. That was my final stint. So after that I could have a cup of coffee and relax.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm having a cup of coffee as we talk at the minute now. I don't know what it's like over in Holland today, but in real life in Ireland it's still like -2 degrees out. Quite cold.
It is still quite cold over here as well, and we had a bit of snow yesterday. It's slowly disappearing right now, but it is still pretty cold. Yeah.
So would you rather be racing in icy, snowy conditions or out on that wet track there? Because that looks like it's quite tricky there from the onboards.
Oh, we did have my stint yesterday. It started with a greasy track, and that's really tough for me. Slick tires, greasy track. I haven't driven that often on in the GT3 cars and stuff like that, so that was a bit tricky for me in the end. I'd rather have a wet track than greasy, but I guess that there are a lot of drivers who feel the same.
I prefer the greasy track because it shows just you really kind of have to be very gentle with your inputs. Well, with a wet you can kind of get away with it. Once you're on the wet tires, you have that bit more kind of stability. You kind of know what you're set up for. While in the greasy conditions with dry tires, it's down to the smoothness of the driver. You nearly want to be like a Jensen Button going out there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll see that we have Rice Pants Rob in the waiting room, so I'll drag him in for a small interview.
Boy. Yep.
Welcome, Rice.
I was on the wrong push to talk. Hello, guys.
Go on, Rice. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm tired now. I'm tired.
Well, you've done what you told me you were going to do last night. Get back up in the 3rd place.
Yeah, that was absolutely epic 2 stints. That was probably the best 2 stints I've ever done in my life. So,
Very well done.
Really happy.
I'm delighted for you because I remember you were kind of wanting to push for it. I know you're like 2 laps clear of 4th place, so you kind of have to feel now, getting a little bit more confident that there's less than 2 hours left. Would you feel it's in the bag now?
I'm hoping so. I don't want to jinx anything. Anything can still happen. We've still got 2 hours of racing to go. But considering we were, I think, almost 2 laps down to P2 at one point, to get back on the lead lap with them and actually be chasing them down at the moment is it took some hard work during the night, but we did it.
And do you reckon P2 is a possibility? And it's probably might be a bit of a big ask over 2 hours to put in that amount of time, but do you reckon it is possible?
I think it could be if something happens to them, but I think they'll just be bringing it home like we are at the moment and just trying to keep it on the track. So I'm just trying to not make mistakes. So we're there in case anything goes wrong, and that's kind of the position I wanted to put ourselves in, was to be there ready to pounce in case they have a mistake or anything. But you can probably hear from my voice. I've been up 24 hours now, so
you sound as fresh as a daisy.
Oh, that's good. I don't know how my best pace I've ever done comes when I've been up for 24 hours, so explain that one, but
it's called competition. That's literally what it is.
It's all the adrenaline again.
I was going to ask how, like, for yourself then, especially racing through the night, how did you prepare for that, and how, like, how did you persevere through it? Because like being up for so long as well, it's very, very tough, and especially with whoever set up this lobby was a bit sadistic because the conditions have been changing so quickly. It's been quite a challenge even for the commentators to understand what way the weather's going to be in half an hour's time.
Yeah, I can't imagine how it's been for you guys, but yeah, I feel like someone's been jinxing us every single time we try and get a dry stint in. We spot the weather radar and go, oh yeah, there we go, 30 minutes and it's raining again. So it's been really interesting, but as I said sort of last night, I love this kind of racing. I love changeable conditions. It just makes everything so much more interesting, probably from your guys' perspective as much as it does from ours. So it's always good fun to drive in changeable conditions as well, and that's where I feel like my pace sort of shines is when the track goes wet and sort of either on a wet track or a wet to dry track. I feel my pace is strongest.
Yeah, no, and like even looking at the track conditions, what was the coldest they got to last night? Because obviously I was in the dreamland for a while last night, so I didn't see how low the temps got, but back up to 26 degrees here now. It wouldn't be too bad at all if it did go back dry.
Yeah, I think it was around about 14, 15 degrees at one point, if I remember. I can't remember what happened before the start of my stint, so
okay,
wiped it all from my mind. But yeah, I think it was about 14, 15 degrees during the night at one point. But the sun comes up about 3 o'clock in the morning here, so while I was still expecting it to be dark, and as I said last night, I've not done a race around here before, so I was expecting it to stay dark, and all of a sudden at 3 o'clock in the morning it was starting to get light again, so that really surprised me.
That's absolutely brilliant.
In the graveyard shift, but yeah.
And any tips then as well for guys that are watching this that might have never done an endurance before, and obviously after seeing this might fancy putting their hand to it? What would be the tips you'd give them? How would you prepare for it, especially for someone who's probably never done one before? Because obviously a lot of teamwork goes into it as well, so I think clear communication as well, but I'm sure you'll break that down for them.
Yeah, I think you've got to start off with good teamwork, and you've got to enjoy the guys that you race with, enjoy their company, because especially with endurance, you're going to be in their company for a good portion of the day. And yeah, you've just got to try and stay calm, just keep it on the track and stay out of incidents. We've a lot of the time we've just lifted off and maybe braked, just to stay out of crashes, and when we see something we're always on the brakes, just heads up driving. And just enjoy it. Just that's the best thing to do is take each lap as it comes, and if like we did get a stop go penalty for speeding, then just take it on the chin and say it's happened and try and work your way forward. Just take each lap as it comes, really.
I think that's the one biggest thing that a lot of people find hard to do, is let go of something that's happened. It's in the past, even though it might have only been a second ago. You need to just let it go. It's out of your control and move on. And an awful lot of people can't seem to let go of it, I've noticed anyway. But in here tonight, with every single person out there, everyone seemed to kind of just, get over it. Like, I'm very surprised at how quick people just kind of got their head back into the game and just got back racing and, didn't overdrive the car to try and make up the time they've lost or anything like that. It's been very, very impressive from every single one of you drivers out there.
Yeah, I think everyone's been amazing. It's such a difficult thing to do is keep these cars going for 24 hours. And like you said just then with the... God, I'm so tired, I can't even remember what you said.
It's alright, I'm very boring, it's grand.
With the just like enjoying it kind of thing, and you've got to have a sort of a good team behind you and people you can work well with, but yeah, just enjoy the moment.
That's brilliant. I see there was just an update, I don't know if the guys done it, at 9:42 the total race so far is €6,865.50, which is a phenomenal achievement from everyone there.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. A big shout out to everyone in the community, and I think I was listening to the stream before, and you said it's such a close-knit community, and even after having a year out, there were a couple of people who have been sort of messaging me and welcoming me back. So it's just a great community where you really do sort of feel at home, and I think it's all about just having that respect for each other at the end of the day.
Absolutely. We'll make it more community and drag in Andrew and Claus together. We'll all have a big mad conversation.
Oh, that'll be good.
Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Welcome, Claus, and welcome there to Andrew Richardson. So Reese says that you're owning 50 quid now, yeah?
Yeah, we had a bet on.
Klaus and Andrew, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Andrew was getting afraid when he heard the £50.
Yeah, I know. I go quiet when you ask me for money.
How are you, Klaus?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Sure, not too bad. I had a lovely sleep with all yous. We're sweating out on the track. So, guys, just want to, Klaus and Andrew, just want to kind of give your experience of the race and how jealous are you of Rees after being a year out to come back in and to be up on a podium position?
You want to go first,
to be on a podium, that's something I can only imagine. Wow, that's really epic. We're not there yet.
But look, at the end of the day, it's all about getting that experience, and like it's a great thing doing a 24-hour because you build up like great teamwork with the communication and the understanding then of what you need to do, maybe moving forward. Any mistakes or any kind of bad decisions that was done, at least you've learned that now for the next one. If there was any bad decisions, you know, whether you pitted too early or ran a stint too long or whatever, it's great lessons for you. So do you want to talk me through what's been happening with your team? And
who first, me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we started, I believe, 24th, so not very special or anything, but we got collected both first starting attempt and second as well, so that went great. But we worked our way up and we fell back down and worked our way back up, and in the night we got a drive-through for track limits, and that was sad. And in the rain I had a pretty decent stint, and then I overshot the pit entry line, so we got a stop and go 30 for that, so dropped back even further. But we worked through the night, Dan and Yannick worked their asses off to get back up there, and we were 11th going up 10th, and I had a pretty decent stint in the rain this morning. I was in my bed until 6:30. And then I woke up, and 24 minutes later, I was already in the car.
Wow!
So that went pretty okay. And but then Tim was in the car, and he had a disconnect. So we had to wake up Dan. He was asleep, having done a big part of the night, and he had to start up the game again, rejoin, and he also did a stint right after that. So and we dropped from 11th to 18th, and I think we're now 15th. So
wow, that's
quite
awesome.
Eventful.
Yeah, but still, it's fun. You've obviously learned a lot then tonight with everything that's going on. But the main thing is, I was saying earlier on, it's keeping the heart, keeping the perseverance, and with the teamwork. You can't let anyone down and keep going to the end, which is very important.
Yeah, you keep going to the end, like you say. It's for charity, so regardless, we're gonna bring it home.
Yeah, which is brilliant to see. And who has been the toughest competitor out there when you were racing? Who you found was the hardest person to race, or could you even pick one?
I couldn't say. I myself on the dry, I was not very competitive, to be honest. So I was just trying to get out of the way. But in the wet, it went splendidly, and I had huge fun with overtaking some guys like Mr. Harvat and some other guys. I was coming up on Tim Kroll, but my stint wasn't long enough, so I couldn't close that gap, unfortunately. Would have been fun. But had some nice battles in the wet. And for the other guys, I can't really tell, but we had a lot of going on.
It's good though as well, and I think the main thing is once you keep enjoying this, and like Suzuka, it's a very technical track. So at the end of your stints, how tired were you? Because it's very, very technical in the first and second sector with those S's and the Degna 1 and Degna 2. You really need to be so precise every single lap with your braking and steering.
Well, in the dry, I wasn't competitive really, so that was more exhausting actually than in the rain. The car really came alive, and I really love driving in the rain. So I was just fired up and could go on for well, I would like to say hours, but it's really fun.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So we're gonna bring it home now.
That's good. And did you get to see any of Rees or Andrew out on track?
No, not really. I was busy with my own stream, but just fiddling with Streamlabs to get everything decent on screen. So and keeping up with the guys, coordinating stuff.
Yeah.
So haven't really been following the race, to be honest.
And can you just answer me one thing honestly? Were you jumping into any other of your competitors' teams to get a bit of inside information if you could? So looking into their streams.
Can you repeat that?
Were you looking into any of your competitors' streams, like to get any inside information?
Oh no. I'm streaming myself. I just don't have the time to do that. Also, maybe others do that, but no.
So you're just doing
our own race.
Yeah, that's very good. And how about you, Andrew?
Yeah, I had a little look at one or two streams, but we're just a 3-man team, so really.
3-man team for 24 hours.
Yeah,
I thought 4 was bad.
Oh wow.
Me and,
have you got enough stint time left?
Yes. Well, I've got not enough to do another stint, but yeah, we got enough between the other drivers. Myself and Vincent did a lot of driving throughout the night, so Milan, who's driving now, hopefully to the end. Yeah, he's got a bit left, and he's had a nice sleep overnight, so should be fresher than me.
And do you want to talk us through your team's race as well and how it started? Obviously, Class obviously had a tough one coming back through with stop goes and that. Like, how's it been for your team? Have you had kind of any of those kind of disconnects or stop go penalties or anything?
Yeah, we've had a couple of adventures. We started P19, and in the first stint, I think we picked up 5 or 6 places or so. But our Green Moose team, we sort of pick out the good results by just being consistent and not getting many penalties, and trying to avoid track cuts at all costs. We're certainly not the quickest team, as you can see by the 4 in front of us that are laps ahead. But we pick up the positions by not having dramas. Unfortunately, we had 2 drive-throughs for track limits, and I have to hold my hands up for one of them.
Happens.
Yeah, and also during the night in the wet, I managed to put it in the wall. So yeah.
Oh no.
Not my best driving, but it wasn't. Luckily, it could have been a lot worse. So.
Were you the pink Porsche?
No, with the green BMW.
The pink Porsche. That was very brutal.
Oh yeah, I seen that accident. That was just about 11ish, wasn't it?
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'll have to have a look. But yeah, we're up in P5 now. No real chance of catching P4. However, I heard their engine is on its last leg, so we can but hope.
Oh.
And P6 we've got a decent lead on, so as long as we're clean to the end, I think we should be looking at a P5. But
when you're lapping the last lap, you were nearly a second faster than P6, so at the minute you're doing enough to keep safe anyway.
All right, well I'll go tell Milan he needs to slow down and be safer. Not risking it.
Sure, look, he's a racer at the end of the day. He's probably not going to listen.
Oh, I'm sure he won't.
But and how's the experience been for you? Like, has this been your first 24-hour event, or have you done other ones? Or
yeah, it's my first 24-hour race. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I'm the member of the team who's got the short straw and hasn't been to sleep.
Oh wow!
But I'm actually feeling better than I thought I would. So I'm sure it'll hit me about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But
I'd say the minute the race is over, you'll just shut down and go to sleep.
Yeah, well, I've not long been out of the car, so I think that's probably keeping me going a bit as well.
Yeah. But look, I think it's the excitement now, because like, in fairness, 5th is an amazing achievement for 24 hours, and especially with the trials and tribulations you've had out there as well throughout the night. Like, that's honestly, it's a phenomenal result. Like, and it does, as I say, for every single driver out there, it takes an awful lot of heart and concentration to keep going. And like, were you getting tired at all with how technical the track is?
I actually found kind of the opposite, where you have to concentrate all the time, so it kept me focused and didn't have time to feel tired, on other tracks where it's a bit more...
Like, were you physically tired?
Yeah, physically, I haven't felt too bad, but start to ache that you never realised could ache when you've driven this much. So. But all in all, I can't complain. I can't complain.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And then I suppose between the three is Reece, you've kind of already kind of said it, but I asked you other guys as well. It's great to get everyone's kind of input on this. For anyone who's new watching this and would love to get involved, either with SimSport Race International or just involved with like endurance racing in general, what would be your tips for it as well?
My tips would be, join the Discord. There's always teams looking for drivers and drivers looking for teams. There's a real friendly bunch here. My team, I didn't know any of them. I found them on the Discord, and this is our 4th endurance race together. So
good.
They're friendly enough to put up with me, so that'll be all right for everyone else.
Well, I think that's the great thing about any of these big communities here. Once you get in there, you do make very good friends, and I can't remember who it was that was on with me last night saying that they were driving with a G29, and then one of their teammates in America sent them over a CSL Elite and a steering wheel for free, so they gave them like the base and the steering wheel for free.
Oh, that was our Simon and Tim. Yeah, Tim sent Simon over the CSL Elites all the way from America.
That's unreal, though, isn't it? Like, in fairness, that's what I like about the communities, because people genuinely do look out for each other, and I like it. I really do. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, the communities are great. Everyone. If you go in with sort of any issue, be it technical or your machine or how to drive or anything, there's always more people than you can actually read the replies who are willing to answer and try and help you out. So it's just such a good place to be. And also,
that's what I'm looking at. You're looking at the drive-throughs, 25 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. So as you see coming up on the screen with the announcements, there is the stewarding now are catching up from lap 286 there for 15 seconds for car number 992. So this is now what's happened overnight is starting to come back. So this could be a game changer for some drivers and some teams, especially their the car in 19 spot now has a drive-through. And he's definitely going to lose out on that one position now. He's going to go down to 20th at least. So that's a game changer. And he's going to be probably about 50 odd seconds behind, because Ariel Cross is only like 3.3 seconds behind. So this is big news for us, guys. I don't think any of your teams are affected, luckily enough for yous.
I think there was one incident we very slightly just tapped a backmarker in the night, but it wasn't like anything.
Okay.
It was just a misjudgment of pace on the exit of the corner. But yeah, hopefully we can go unscathed.
So it definitely wasn't that you bullied the car through, no?
I tried my best.
But so as well, guys, with doing the 24-hour here, like, what's your next event? What are you looking forward to next? Because obviously most racers are looking forward to the next race already now.
For me, I haven't got anything lined up for the time being, but I'm sure I'll find something that I can jump in with the team at some point.
For a bit of torture. And what about you, Klaus?
I'm participating in a few championships, so those are sprint races.
Oh, nice.
There's actually one tonight, but I'm not thinking if I'm gonna be there. So, I like the track. It's Laguna Seca, so.
Oh, nice.
There's somebody else here who probably needs some attention as well.
Yeah, that's the other point that no one really knows. What about you, Dimitri? What's your next adventure as well?
Oh, my next adventure is undecided yet. We're gonna see. I'm the type of guy that just looks ahead one day, and then we'll see what happens. Which is very annoying for my team, of course, because they're planning stuff and things like that. But I think what Klaas was referring to, we now have Tom from the actual charity in the broadcasting room as well. So, good morning, Tom. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can, loud and clear. So that's really nice.
Okay.
So yeah, Tom, great to have you here, and we have all these drivers doing their laps for the Against Cancer charity, and you are actually from the charity. So maybe you can give us some info about what the charity is all about, what you are doing, and how everything is going on.
Thank you. Of course, I can tell you something about our beautiful foundation. The Foundation Against Cancer has been founded over 15 years ago, and we try to. Our mission is to get a smile on a child that is fighting against this terrible disease, and not only for the child itself, but also for its complete family, because they all have to suffer for this with this terrible disease.
Yeah, that's a great cause.
Yes, actually it is. When we do our events and our short vacations with these children, you can see that they all put their worries away. They can be a child again, and that's what's supposed to be. A child needs to be a child, and we try to do so with several great events that we organize for them. And for these events, of course, we need a lot of money, and thanks to these kinds of charity that you do, these kinds of events, those help us a lot, and we can make a lot of families have a great day or have a great short vacation with these initiatives. And thank you so much for that.
Yeah, no problem, Tom. We are very happy to help over here, and it might be interesting. As you have noticed, we are all sim racers over here. We all have a passion for cars and tracks and racing, and I know that a lot of some of the events that you do are car related as well. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the events that you are organizing for the children.
Oh well, I'm happy to. Well, one of our biggest and main events every year is our racing day. Then we're on the track in Assen, the TT track in Assen. We are there the complete day, and the children and their family can drive rounds as a passenger, of course. With the most beautiful cars you can imagine. They're even can go rounds on a motorcycle on the back with experienced drivers. They can fly with helicopters during that day. They can go on a Dakar terrain with Dakar trucks and military vehicles. So much fun to do for these children on these days, and there are also some racing simulators over there, so they can do everything. They can go in the car, and after that they can do a simulation as well, and it's amazing.
Yeah, that's just wonderful. And secretly, are you hoping to find the next Max Verstappen as well?
Well, we've seen some talents during these sim events, of course, and yeah, we in Holland I think we have a lot of Max Verstappens coming up. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Tom or Colm, I don't know if you have any questions from across the water from the UK.
Well, I'm actually from Ireland.
Or from Ireland, yeah. I said that I just realized, it's Ireland, but.
Oh, that's okay. In these kinds of events, we're one big happy family, of course, and of course, we mainly do our activities for Dutch patients, but. To do that, these are children. It doesn't matter whether they're from Holland or from another country. They just need those kind of events and days. So we're really grateful that you do this, and it's amazing to see how you're all driving this. It's so it's great. I love it.
Can I ask you a question? Have you got any TT circuit event planned for next year?
Yes, of course. Every Wednesday. You can see some ideas in the stream as well at the moment. Yeah, every year, a Wednesday in July or August. We haven't got the exact date yet. We'll have this event again, and I'll make sure that when we have this date, I will post something on this on your Discord or whatever, so we can stay in touch and you can see how we do this beautiful day, because we also have some live streams during that particular day as well. Yeah.
Do you have specific cars, guest drivers, or can anybody?
Well, in a way.
Participate?
In a way, anyone can participate, and yeah, we do have some kind of we prefer the nice and fast cars, of course, but there's always room for about 80 till 100 different cars, so people can just who want to do this, whether they do have an experience as a car driver or not. They can be a part of this event, indeed, to drive children around the TT circuit in Essen that day. Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I would love to do that one time.
You're invited. What kind of car are you driving?
A good question. Alfa Romeo. People who know me know I have the streaming channel Alfa Novanta, so I'm a real petrol head. I'm always driving Alfa Romeos.
All right, then maybe it's a good thing to stay in touch after this.
I like that. Yes.
Yeah, and we'll see what we can do, and I can assure you, if you can make it that day, well, we have an extra ambassador next year with your great events as well, because you'll see that it's a very grateful job to do, and it's it's
awesome.
nice. I can get a bit emotional even, but that's what we have to deal with.
Yeah, I can totally agree on that.
Yeah, so Tom, I do have a latest update for you before I forget on the funds that have been raised so far by all the drivers and everybody who has been willing enough to donate a little bit. We are currently at a total of 6,850 euros. So that's already a nice sum, and if anybody is able. And I see there's €5.50, yeah, more than that even. If anyone is able and willing to donate, we do have the links in the description of the live stream. There will be a QR code popping up every now and then on the stream as well, for the people who want to use PayPal. And I noticed on one of on the video that was shown, Tom, as well, that there was a really nice Ferrari in the video on the ASTT circuit. Luckily, it still had its badge, because we also have auctions on the website. And one of the auctioned items was a Ferrari badge, so we were wondering where the Ferrari was without the badge.
I actually got that badge, so if anybody lost it, just give me a call.
Oh, it's class to spend the money on the badge. Very well done, class.
Brilliant.
We drive around with the prancing horse, in case you haven't noticed.
Sorry?
We drive around with the prancing horse.
Yeah, of course, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah,
the Ferrari, the Porsche Incognito.
That is the most confused Porsche ever.
Number 999. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 29th at the moment.
Yeah.
Or not? Yeah.
So very well. Thank you for the explanation, Tom. If you have anything else that you want to share, please feel free to do so and hop in the stream when you want to. I'm having a look at Colm as well. I'm not. Do you have any questions, Colm, or is the charity event clear like this?
The charity event's very clear. What I was going to ask Tom, though, really quick, guys, if you don't mind, is Tom. So, like with the Against Cancer, obviously you're based in the Netherlands for now. Do you have any aspirations down the road to make this more into a global thing? Because it's such a great thing that you do, and for anyone in the world that has been touched in some way by people with cancer or have cancer, and so what you do with kids is amazing, and I'm sure this could be a big charity that could go global, because who doesn't want to help kids have one small little moment? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I totally agree with you. These kinds of, well, first of all, these kinds of foundation, they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't have to be existing at all, actually. But unfortunately, we do need them. And of course, we do this in Holland, and there are a lot of charities to do great things for children. Well, to tell you, the name of the foundation, when we began, it was a real Dutch name, and then we changed it to a more to an English name, just because of looking over the borders, indeed, and to make ourselves more known abroad. And of course, these events help a lot. But to be honest, our first focus for the upcoming years will still be the Netherlands. But of course, we can help out other foundations who do the same things that we do in other countries as well. It's such a good thing to do.
So have you ever collabed then with another foundation and done like a bigger event or anything, or would that be on the cards for the future?
Well, the plans for the future are, of course, to do more and more activities for our for the group that we do it for. But of course, all depends on the funds, and also our fundraising. Yeah, we want to do a lot, but we're always, of course, limited by the funds we get in a year.
Absolutely.
Sorry?
Absolutely. I was going to ask this one thing as well. So you touched on it a little bit. So this is going 15 years. How exactly did the Gents Capture come about? What's the story behind who set it up? How did it get set up? And how did you just go about it? Because I find it quite interesting as well, because it's a very selfless thing to set up.
Oh yes, indeed. Actually, the founder, a friend of his, died of this terrible disease, and they were both very into the motorcycling sport. So they started a foundation combined with a motor racing team that competed in the Netherlands in the early years. But after a few years, they saw that it was hard to combine a motor team with a foundation, and the foundation wanted to be broader than only the motorcycling sport. So then we made a change, and we stopped with the motorcycling team, and we just went on with doing the great things for the children. And the idea of the motorcycle team was also that sponsors for that team, of course, a little bit went for the motor, but 90% of the money they donated, they went to the good causes of the foundation. But after a few years, we separated them completely.
Okay.
So we started with some with friends who died of this disease from the founder, and then we evaluated until where we are right now, and where are we going to.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, what I find interesting, Thomas, I think Sam also mentioned it yesterday. I hardly know anyone who hasn't been touched by this disease, either themselves or everybody knows somebody. And what I really like about this charity and Race Against Cancer is that It's sometimes a bit difficult when you have very big organizations to see what is actually happening with the funds, and with smaller charities like yours, you really get a clear view of what has been done and what is done with the funds, and that's really nice to see. Of course, I'm also putting all my trust in the bigger charities out there, and they're doing very important jobs as well. But it's very nice to see, you can see the pictures on your Facebook, what actually has been done with the money raised last year, and we will keep in touch to see, see the smiles on the faces from the events that will be held the upcoming year.
Yeah, and the upcoming year, every year we go on a short vacation to Germany with twice a year. Actually, we try to do that with 40 families, and this year we have a special one because it's the 20th vacation that we're going to do. So we're really looking forward to do that in May, and actually, without initiatives like yours, we cannot do these.
Yeah, that's great to hear, Tom, and we're looking forward to the pictures, and we'll keep in touch and make sure that all the drivers that have participated in this event will also be able to see what they have been driving for the past 23 hours. And 1 hour and 50 minutes they still have to go, and they will get to the grand final and hopefully raise some really nice money for that vacation.
I'll be watching as well for the upcoming big hour. If there are any questions, please send them to Discord, and I'll try to answer them. And if you need anything, just you know where to reach me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. For the viewers out there, indeed, if you have any questions, please feel free to leave a comment in either the YouTube chat or in the Discord. I can imagine Discord for somebody coming into our Discord can be a little bit overwhelming. So, but feel free to ask those questions either in the YouTube chat, and do have another look at the description, where you will find the link if you want to make a donation. Tom, 1 hour and 40 minutes left. I said Tom, I meant Colm, but it's also it's so close to each other, and it's been quite a few hours commentating. But yeah, Colm, 1 hour 14 minutes left. We have seen the penalties being applied, and there are some interesting penalties. They will of course be served with the next pit stop, so things might be shaken up a little bit.
There's no might shaking, they will be shaking up. On my rain dance, I'm begging it for it to get much more heavier again, but as I can see here, it's getting a little bit lighter in fairness. But look, there's still a lot to race for, and it's an hour and 15 minutes. You can still get a drive through, you can still get a stop go. Reese has experienced that as well. Reese is still here with Dimitri, so the guys have experienced exactly the pain of what can happen, and an hour and 15 minutes is quite a long time, especially after being racing for 22 and a bit hours as well, nearly 23 hours. Fatigue has to be hitting in now. As much as drivers will have people in the rear, it's mentally a tough game now. This is kind of the last hour was normally the hardest hour, even though you can see the finish line now. It's kind of nearly there. It's getting to that finish line. That last hour, the push that you need to put into it's going to be immense. And especially with a few guys maybe in their head thinking, I now have a 25-second penalty. Like in 11th spot, Pierre Marino, it's a 25-second penalty, but at the end of the day, he's about 60-odd seconds ahead, so it's not going to affect him too much, but he will have it in his head then that there can't be too much of an error. He can't be going off every now and then. He really needs to keep it a bit cleaner because there's much less of a gap. Looking back then at Bileno, then I think it is in 16th, 15 second is going to be a massive thing for him because he is only 23.6 seconds ahead, so that's going to put a nice little battle in play then, because I'm sure then It's Bas van Melis and his mother that does be in the chats as well. He's going to be absolutely motivated now. He'll only have about 8 to 10 seconds to catch up then as well. So, it's going to be a game changer for the last hour when these last pit stops come in. And that's where we're going to see some really good battles developing. And even looking back then for Zidek then in 21st place. I think that's a 10-second penalty you can see there. Not going to be too much of an effect, but you still have about 30 seconds, which isn't that much of a gap really when you make an error or you get a drive through. That kind of then throws you on the roof of things. So I think the last hour it's going to develop into quite a heated battle between a few of these guys out there, and I'm definitely looking forward to it now. Looking there as well, like there's no major gaps at the minute, but looking at the predictions, everyone's kind of coming up to near, which will be I'm sure their last stop. I think the max stint is about 70 minutes, isn't it? So, from about 16, 70 minutes onwards, guys, we're going to see the last stops of this race. But looking there now, it's been phenomenal. Looking at the laps, 605 laps done, guys. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So
I think you mentioned before that it might get about 700, but I don't think we've hit that with the rain. I think there's been a little bit too much.
Look, at the end of the day, we have to be optimistic, Reese.
Well, we could run 100 laps in an hour. What's to say we can't?
Well, if you do 100 laps of Suzuka in an hour, I'll give up commentating. I'm not going to be able
I think I'd have to give up driving if I did. If I did that.
You'd be signed up to Formula 1 within 2 seconds. But no, look, it's great to see, and I love the diversity of the cars as well. But my favourite thing about this, other than the racing, the liveries have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, everyone's been fantastic, and it's really good to see when you dive in and out between lap traffic to see all the different liveries, especially of a night where they came out of nowhere and they were suddenly illuminated by the headlights. You had like a big pink Porsche in front of you, so it was quite interesting at some points.
That's crazy. And the biggest winner in terms of positions gained so far, car number 42, started 33rd, is up in 21st place. Oh, sorry, up in 12th place, up 21 positions, which is phenomenal as well.
Yeah, to keep that up for the period of time over the 24 hours is pretty incredible. I think we've gained one.
Yeah, but look, you had your tough times going, but you've gained the one that matters, really.
Yeah, we're super happy to be in P3. Really, I think it would have been interesting to see if we've had 2 drive-throughs for the track limits and of course that stop go 30. So if we wouldn't have had them, it would have been interesting to see where we would have been. And we've had the pace of the front runners, even to our surprise, actually outpacing them for quite a bit of this race. And as I said, we've managed to get the gap down, and we're now back on the lead lap on the lap of P2, and we were chasing them down. So yeah, it's definitely been interesting.
Well, they've got 99 problems, and you're definitely one, because you're 99 seconds off them, and I'm sure, the next hour, one small error, and you're back in it.
Yeah, I like that analogy as well.
I'm very inventive of what I say, but people don't take me to heart. That's all I'll say.
Well, I think we've got to give credit to you as well, because I wouldn't know many people who'd do commentate of a night, go to bed, and then get up the next morning and carry it on. So.
Sure, why not?
That's some commitment.
But look, I enjoy doing commentary, and I've done it for years now, and I'm only moved over to a set of course in the last 2.5 months, as I say, when I joined the Evolution Racing Academy, and I became one of their admins, so I'm stuck doing commentary an awful lot now between them and Amigos. But I started doing podcasts as well, so I want to get the likes of Dimitri and yourself and all in over time as well. And it's a podcast about you and about racing and your kind of stories as well. So I've started doing that series, so I've been trying to get people from different communities in as well, because when you watch back other ones, then you get to know other people from different walks of life and that as well. So, and that's what I find very interesting about sim racers. We all have this crazy thing where we race online and take it so serious, and we take it because even though it's a virtual race, it is real racing. It's still competitive, and it's interesting to hear everyone's walk of life from globally, where they've come from, how did they get into it, whether it was a COVID, was it before COVID, and we're all a bit mad in the head to be doing it, to be honest, and especially all you lads out there, the 24 hours of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that now. I was quite pumped at the start, and now I'm thinking, why do we do this? But no, I mean, yeah, my door is always open if you ever need. So I'm not the most interesting person, but yeah, if you ever need someone for a podcast, I'd be more than happy to.
See, that's the misconception. Everyone is interesting because everyone's story is unique. Honestly,
I can tell you a couple of stories. I mean, I've not been doing this that long. I came from iRacing. I actually used to do the NASCAR stuff over there, so I come from more of an oval background, which is weird being from the UK. But
wow, okay,
yeah, that was always my thing before endurance. I did a little bit of endurance over on iRacing, and then came to ACC. And, I think it was 2020 now, so yeah, about 2 years.
Did you do the Papyrus NASCAR games as well, right? Or
yeah,
is that age showing?
I had them when I was little. That was my first. That was my first proper game. Was I think it was NASCAR 4 or something. Yeah, I remember it was my grandparents bought me this little wheel, which you just sticky padded to the desk, and yeah, and that was it. Here we are, however many years later, still doing it.
Really nice. I would say it's a rally trophy that really got me into sim racing. But thinking back on it, it was the original Papyrus NASCAR racing game, but that was without a wheel, and Rally Trophy was my first one with a wheel. Yeah.
Do you know what? I'll tell you a funny story. I used to race with actually before I got the wheel, I used to race with those joysticks that you use for flight sim. That was what I used to do. Yeah, before I had my first wheel.
How did you do that?
I used to push forward for the throttle, back for the brake, and then side to side.
Oh,
no idea.
That's probably torture.
Probably was. I was too young to remember exactly, but yeah, there's pictures of me up in the upstairs attic playing with the joystick. So
that's great to show the adaptability of a kid, though. When you really want to do something with the imagination, it doesn't matter what you use to race, you'll enjoy and you'll do it regardless. So that's absolutely brilliant as well.
But now we're gonna challenge Reese or any of his friends or family members or whatever. We want to see that picture.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure we can get it from somewhere.
Absolutely, that'd be great to see.
I'll have to send it in.
Your first kind of sim games are completely different to mine. Mine was like really one of the really old like Formula 1 games. Like it was Grand Prix before Gran Turismo and Formula 1 96. Like I'm going back quite a while. I think it was like on the Sega Mega Drive.
Actually, another game which was one of my first was Toka Touring Cars.
Oh, I love that game.
Codemasters one, yeah.
Guys, they were probably two of the best games ever made. I don't care what anybody says.
That's fun with the other one.
And remember, it was in a Formula 1 97 with Murray Walker, and it was the most worst graphics for a Formula 1 game ever, but just the commentary alone with Murray Walker, and it was just epic.
It always makes it better, doesn't it, when you've got a good commentary
Murray
keeping
Walker,
you going.
He was the GOAT, man.
Absolutely.
And some say Dimitri's the Murray Walker of SSRi.
Some say so, but they would be lying.
You should have just said Jed agreed with it. But guys, I think we're nearly at the pit stop stages now, looking at it. Although they can run up to 70 minutes, can't they?
Yeah, we've been trying to push some of these stints to just as long as they will possibly go without us running out of stint times. We've been quite close on some of them, but yeah, I'm probably going to have to get back to the team and help them with the final pit stop.
I'm gonna have a look at Pitbull Live, but it has been a bit sketchy lately for me. I'm looking at the race leader, and he's in his 50 minutes currently his stint, so he has a bit left, but there will be another pit stop, of course.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at all the stint times there, and everyone's kind of in around the 48, 49th minute up to the minute. Although at the very back in 30th position, car number 73 is running an hour now. So they will be within the next 20 minutes at least, or 10 minutes, in. So that'll be interesting to see. And for them, look, I'll keep saying it, I admire anyone, especially who's at the very back, that could easily quit and say, look, it's not our night, but to stay going, to persevere. Honestly, as much as I respect the leaders for dominating tonight, I actually have an equal amount of respect for them guys to stay going and keep the head together and just, enjoy the last few laps. So honestly, it's a massive achievement to keep a car going, especially when they're 20 odd laps down as well. So well done to them, genuinely.
A small request for, I'm not sure if it's Dave or Tom at the moment, because they are switching, well, about now I think. We have a request in the YouTube chat from a bit back before we went into the interviews for Lulu, who wouldn't mind seeing the 990 car, and she adds bonus points for anyone who finds the hidden stickers on the car. So I'm gonna have a proper look now.
Oh, Joe, because I'm streaming on my own Twitch as well, I'm gonna cheat and go down and have a look at it now. I'll turn off the autopilot for a minute, so anyone who's watching on my stream, they'll see our stream that we're talking on as well. But now I'm just going to focus on that car and try to get into it.
I'll have to ask Tom to find the stickers, because he's controlling his PC, but I'm controlling the cameras, so I'm sure he'll find them and give us an image.
Now let me see.
I have to say, I have seen this car quite a lot, the Snacks and Sons, but I'm not sure what Lulu is referring to, so I'm gonna need to have a really proper look.
That's what I'm trying to do the same.
I'm gonna cheat as well and have a look in the spotter's guide. If I can
There's so
find
much
anything
pickup on the car as well, though, so it's probably half the stickers are covered in rubber.
We've definitely got a name tag there. The names. I don't know if that's is there a special name on the entry?
No clue. That's it as it goes by. That's going way too fast. Slow down. Get to the stop.
Yeah, they look like that's the team.
Yeah, that's the team. You asked for it, so now we're gonna have a real proper look.
Oh yes.
Is there a QR code on the backside, or that's just a yellow tab?
And she put them inside the headlight or something silly like that.
What's that down the bottom underneath there was the pickup is just covering everything.
Lulu does say indeed in the YouTube chat that you're probably not gonna be able to see two of them due to all the pickup. This is a whole new game all in by itself.
Never mind the racing for a few minutes, guys. This is way more important.
It's much more fun.
Yeah, so the pickup was definitely covering some.
I'm not seeing anything.
Go down to the arch there and see what's there, or down at the lower door, so on the side skirt, just to see can we read anything from it.
That must be one of them, but I can't really read it.
I can't read any of that.
I'm sure
It's
Lulu.
very Japanese.
She says there's one on the other side.
Two on the front and two at the back as well. Oh,
Okay,
here,
there's a panda. There's a panda back there or something. Yeah.
That looked like an anime character on my 24-hour.
Can we get an anime character of Dimitri known for the next event?
I'm not sure what my profile is on Discord, but usually my profile is a sketch of myself, and then in sort of anime.
That's cool, actually.
It's not really anime, but it is sort of.
Yes.
What do you? Right. So we're gonna have another look once all the pickup has cleared.
I think they're going to get a pit stop and a car wash.
And otherwise, Lulu, feel free to post the pictures on the Discord after the race.
Absolutely, absolutely. And looking here, there's still a few time penalties to be served. So, but Biello is still 3 seconds off car number 74. But Biello has a 15-second penalty, so they're going to drop back near to Baz Van Mel soon enough as well. Looking back further, we just need for everyone to pit. Once we pit, we're going to see those close gaps, because I was expecting about 3 or 4 gaps to emerge with all these penalties once they're served. And P11 there is 66 seconds off and 25 seconds, isn't it? Yeah, see, this is the thing we need for everyone to start pitting to see the true gaps of what we're going to be facing near the end.
We just saw Patrick once there off in the gravel into the hairpin, so I'm not sure what happened there. It doesn't look like he's picked up any damage, so clearly got it stopped before the barriers, but that's okay, they're not having the greatest race, but clearly you don't want to spin either.
No, well, like, to be honest with you now, if you were to crash out now and like do terminal damage, that's the worst thing you could do, because such a short amount of time left in perspective of doing 24 hours down to the last 57 minutes, and it's weird seeing a clock now with only 57 minutes on it.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Dave, maybe you have spotted it. I was having my breakfast and I was watching it on the television, and my girlfriend was watching along, and we saw one car just stopped on the track. So she asked me, what can you do, and what is happening over there. So I explained to her, I think it's a disconnection or something, because that was a very weird spot to be standing right on track, and I'm not sure which car it was, so I'm gonna ask a lot of you to just imagine which incident that was, and see if you might remember it.
That was Cox, was it?
It could have been, yeah.
I think it was, because he was stuck on the track for quite a while.
It was indeed, yeah.
Yeah, he was literally, I'd say, about 5 minutes stuck at the side of the track, then disappeared and then rejoined, thankfully.
Yeah, so it was a connection issue, probably.
It was definitely a connection issue with them, because they were gone for at least 15 minutes or more.
All right. That's a shame.
Yeah, because we noticed at that stage we did have 35, it dropped to 34, but then eventually which came back up to 35, and we seen him then leaving the pits. That was about 11ish.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
So many hours ago.
I don't know how I'm remembering this stuff. Oh! Just a little love tap. But fair enough, he lets the Porsche back through. That's the right thing to do, even though he was getting the move done. I love the two liveries there in the Porsche and the NSX.
Absolutely, yeah. It looked like the NSX was a bit late on brakes, and luckily they both escaped relatively well.
Looks like he was late for Mass as it is a Sunday, As the Ferrari car goes through then as well. Oh, goes through and off the track.
It is really raining pretty hard, I think, at the moment, and some cars are missing the braking points because of that, probably.
Tire aware though as well. They have been racing for most of these for about an hour now as well on this set of tyres. So I'm sure maybe they mightn't be as optimal as they were, obviously, at the start.
Yeah, reaching the end of the stint time probably as well, and so they're really struggling and looking for some new fresh tyres in just a bit.
Yeah, hopefully in the next 10 minutes we'll start to see everyone dive in, and then we'll get a real sense of the battle that's on then for the last 40 minutes or so then, which is great.
I did notice a very small Chris Hill, I think. It was a very small sentence by, I think, Mr. Hill. Good morning.
I tell you what, I've never been described as a very small Chris Hill.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you get when you are having a discussion with a Dutch guy trying to speak English.
Good morning, everybody. It doesn't seem 11 hours ago when we said there's still half the race to go.
Definitely not, Chris. Definitely not.
Oh, I'm not sure if I've missed anything during the night, but what time does the qualifying start?
The qualifying, that was 11, I think.
All right, okay. So we've still got the full race yet to go, so that's good. Another 24 hours, we can do this. I'm just phoning sick tomorrow.
Absolutely. A lot's changed though since we were looking at it last though, Chris. Gaps and stuff like that. I was took me a few minutes to kind of catch up when I came back onto the stream to see where everyone is. But Reese did get his team back up there and was sitting in third as well. Do you remember last night he was saying that he wants to fight back up into third place. He was nearly a lap down. So he's got that position done.
Oh, that's good to get back up.
And we're down to 30 cars as well. There was 35. We're down to 30.
I was just going to ask that if that's the last car on the track. Is currently we spoke to Wouter last night.
We did.
Before we went up there.
We did, and nice guy, and he's doing a great job there. He had a long stint during the night as well. He was saying he was going to be doing a few of them, so I can't remember. Is he bringing the car home though?
I think he may have to, because you know those long stints he was talking about. I did read in Discord this morning that he missed his alarm going off, and when he woke up there was 30. He'd had 30 messages on his phone.
Oh wow! So that was him then that fell asleep for a little bit.
So you know, he said he doesn't take energy drinks or anything like that. He'll just rely on the fresh air.
Hit the good old-fashioned technique. I remember them exact words.
I'm having a look at Discord, and there has been some discussion of brake pads as well, with Mohammed asking if anybody has changed their brake pads. I know we did, because we get the red squares, signaling danger, and we say that's 7 hours left, I think, in the race. So
wow,
we just decided let's change them, and we might have, managed it by braking earlier and letting off a little bit and coasting a bit more, but you don't want to do that for 7 hours. So
no,
we decided to just change them. That's about other teams actually. And Imre Horvat, I think you're right, is saying, I remember hearing in the broadcast that one team started on brake pad 1. I think I heard it as well.
Oliver's team.
Oh, it's Oliver's, yeah. So they must have changed brake pads as well.
They would have had to. So with Machopoulos in the pits as well as Zaidak, and the Zaidak was, I think he did a 15-second penalty to serve as well. So we're starting to see now these pits coming in. So fingers crossed. So it looks like, Chris, that there should be about 3 or 4 close enough battles to the end because of all the penalties that were added in from the live student there from last night. It looks like we should have about 3 or 4 proper close battles within 10 seconds of each other, and that could be a game changer with fresh tyres and lighter fuel loads now for the end.
I wonder how many of those, you may have already covered this, but I wonder how many of those teams were aware they were going to get a penalty, or they were actually under investigation.
Who knows? I wouldn't know, because wasn't the live student, they were all racing as they were saying earlier on, so they would have jumped in then about an hour ago and reviewed whatever incidents were there.
Yeah, that was the incidents throughout the night though, so...
Yeah, I think most of the time you know when you've done something that is a bit sketchy, and and the other teams might have, or the other team members might have had a look. Is there an incident report? But if something happened, most of the times you realize yourself, and so I don't think it would be a big surprise to anybody.
No, you know if you've done wrong at the end of the day.
Well, I know it's car 992 there has got 25 seconds, so that must be multiple penalties added together.
Probably, yeah.
10 second and 15 possibly. So I've done something really bad, or a couple of things really bad, I should say.
I'm having a look now. Yeah, it's been two incidents that have been penalized separately, so that's unfortunate for them.
The first place guy's got a penalty as well, 5 seconds. Again, I assume that's from throughout the night as well. I didn't catch up on all the penalties.
Yeah, I think that one was for aggressive driving. Clear on a back marker.
Guys, there's a weird stat for you. There's been 54 drive-throughs in the last 24 hours, and I'm going to go through every single kind of penalty there was just to give you full stats on that.
I'm reading in a chat that music, I think that's Tim Kroll. He just mentioned when we were discussing the brake pads, he just mentioned, we're still on pad 2 and it looks to be okay, and he just jinxed it because they are now, the brakes now turn brown.
Oh wow.
You don't want them turning brown.
Nope.
And we have Mike leaving the pits now, going to bring the car home as well. His brother, I think it was, in the stint beforehand, so good to see that. They've actually had quite a good race. I know Vickers was in their team as well, and they all done fairly well. So holding up in the 7th spot is quite well. I think when we were looking at them last night, Chris, I think they were down at about 9th as well. So they've obviously gained a little bit of time.
Yeah, they've certainly elevated themselves up there, up the standings. I noticed there's a few teams there. John Betton of Sim Racing Holland, down in 8th place. I think they were down in something like 12th.
Yeah.
Conceptor in 9th of CBSR, they've gone down because they were up in something like 4th or 5th place with Aaron, Danny Deswart, Anthony as well.
Yeah, no, it's been very, very good. I'm waiting now for Pete Morano to pit as well, but they're going to be still quite a bit ahead though of 12th place, so they're fairly safe. Now, looking on the track, so for 18th and 17th, there's only 2 seconds between them, so that's going to develop soon enough. So that's one of the close battles we were expecting to happen.
Sorry as well, I think your friend Skylar's now in the car 333.
Can I just say one thing? He's a legend. I'm good. No, that was it. He's a legend.
All right.
That was the one thing. But I know, honestly, look, I'm delighted to see him coming in to bring the car home as well. I'm looking forward to talking to him in about 5.5 hours. Anyway, we're doing a podcast together, so I'm looking forward to that. As the 3rd and 4th place have now pitted as well, guys. So let's see what happens now, because I know 3rd place were about 90 seconds off Simone Robetti there as well. So let's see, can they do that in the last hour or so and push on as Robetti's in the pits as well. They're about a lap ahead though, nearly, when you look at it there.
And remember, everybody, we have 45 minutes left, so if you want to make a donation, have a look at the link in the description. Alternatively, you can also have a look at car number, what was it? Lulu B, let's check it, 990, I think? 990. Yeah. Because Lulu has just posted a message that there are 7 stickers on their car, and every sticker people will find, they will throw in an extra £5 for the charity.
Brilliant.
So that's 7 stickers to be found.
So how many stickers did we find?
30.
I thought it was 552 of them. Get the money across.
We saw them all.
We definitely seen them all. We pretended we didn't see 1 or 2 because of pickup, just to make them feel happy. So that car should literally be on the stream to the end. See, they're very smart as well. They're getting loads of their time now for this.
Yeah, exactly. And Imre is also replying that they might be trying to get people to connect and go over the two connections for each team limit. So teams might get a disqualification for that, and they end up on the podium.
You never know.
It's some very smart tactics going on there. What do they call it nowadays? IQ 1000?
That's the truth. And the race leaders in the pits for the last time, guys, as well. So fair play. That was a great stint as well. 1 hour and 10 minutes on the button. They timed it very well. So this is it. It's hard to believe it. Less than 44 minutes to go now, which is absolutely crazy. I think we should add on an extra 5 hours to them. What do you reckon?
Getting a message that P17 and P18 are fighting for position, Patrick van der Laan says.
Yeah, we were waiting for that one to come in. It was 2 seconds only a few laps ago. Now we're down to 1 second.
Yeah, I think it changed to P16 and 17 due to the pit stop of Mode 11.
Yeah. See but out there, 0.8 on the screens for the guys. It looks like the live timing is about 1.3 seconds off.
I thought I read somewhere that the Ferrari had disconnect issues during the night.
They're down at 29th now.
No.
Are they not?
The Ferrari, no, they're up in 16th.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The Porsche Ferrari. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I keep getting confused. Yeah. That's
You're getting confused. How do you think that car feels?
That car. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, P11. Stop go 30.
Oh
That
no!
could be a game changer.
That was the pit stop.
That's the pink Porsche.
Oh, I'm gutted for them because they were having a great race. But I can still hold their heads up high. They've had some great moments.
Tom, if you are able, maybe you can focus on car 666. Let's see if we can have a look at that fight going on for P16.
I think car 992 just set the penalty for 25 seconds, haven't they? So they've that pit stop has cost them one basically 2 minutes. Yeah, basically.
Wow. That is crazy. Well, I think Casper Hugard then is definitely going to be so happy with that one, and possibly even Metropolis is going to get by as well. So they might come out then in essentially P13 after they serve that stop go, which is not ideal. It's a great little battle here with Tim Neijber, isn't Neijber?
Yeah, we will probably say Neighbor.
Neighbor, okay.
Yeah, but it's a difficult one. And he's being chased by the car number 666 of Bilello, and we have a spin over here. It's Engelhardt in the Porsche.
But Tim Neijber is actually catching up with Wilkes as well, so this is going to turn into a three-way battle, which is quite nice. Always fun to see.
Absolutely, and especially with 41 minutes left, it's now a final race to the end, to the finish line. So, I would say no tire preservation, full fuel. Let's go.
Absolutely. And to anyone who's racing the other side of the pond, like Skyler and that, it's literally, you're talking 5 hours behind, so it's only about 6:30 in the morning. So they've gotten up out of their little warm beds to finish off these stints as well, and hats off to everyone, because during the night as well you've had European drivers driving in the AM as well, so fair play to everyone, because it's a true perseverance of endurance, literally. But, some mad stats. The fastest lap time though, I think that's still with the race leader, but it doesn't show me what the overall fastest lap time was here at the minute.
I'm not sure either, to be honest. I think we went into a 159 low, 158 high at some point.
Yeah, I think it was into the 159s, but trying to find the exact one. We'll find out after the race, I'd say. As Moreno's now in the pit serving a stop-go penalty, this is going to hurt. He's already lost the position down to 12th, and that is going to be easily into 13th position now. So that might be painful there for the guys, but look, they can get back out. P13 is still better than a kick in the arse, let's be fair, after 24 hours.
Looks like they will be ahead of Metropolis. But it's only 8 seconds in it, so that's going to be a close fight as well.
Oh, it's only half a second. Wow, look how close it is. We're looking at it on screen. That's just ridiculous. The only thing is, though, at least his tyres will be slightly fresher because he had to do one lap and go back in and sit down.
How many laps have we covered so far?
We are now on lap. The race lead lap is 619.
Wow.
It's amazing to see that we have to go split view with 39 minutes to go. We have 2 battles going on. We both want to watch.
And they're both for decent points positions as well, and a 3-way battle and a duel after a stop-go penalty. I'm sure Moreno's not going to give up any inch on this track. Metropolis is going to have to be inventive, I think, to get by here as well, because this is all about the out-and-out racing now. The endurance side is gone. They're fighting for position, and this is it. No more pit stops.
And race to the end.
Absolutely.
It's funny how both battles are involved in a Porsche, loosely speaking.
Yeah. I'd say the guys in that pink Porsche have been so fast, so they've been unlucky there.
Wasn't it towards 130?
Absolutely. A little bit squirrely, but holds on to it. That's brave.
That was
Going back
to Mercedes.
Porsche might be a bit stronger on the brakes. He is, but he's nowhere to go. That's phenomenal racing by the two of them.
See, that's what Denner and Prost should have done.
Talk to Alan about that.
But now we have the drag race again, and Mercedes will probably have the advantage over the Porsche, and let's see.
We will. This is the Achilles heel of the Porsche. It's absolutely abysmal in a straight line compared to the other competitors.
Holding on to him though, coming into the
Yeah, exactly. They don't get the twisted part, which is really in the favor of the Porsche, but difficult to pass, of course, in the S's.
Absolutely. Well, look, the Porsche has been super strong in the low and mid-speed corners here, compared especially to the Mercedes there. It's definitely been a surprise for me looking at how well the Porsche has actually handled the first few sectors here. I've normally found the Porsche a little bit squirrely, but obviously the guys who are in this have a great setup and have it planted as well. Because even in the rain there, it's actually quite stable looking on both cars. If you look at both windows that we're looking at now, both Porsches are very, very stable there, which I'm very surprised at.
Just to follow up on the fastest lap times, we have two cars in that are made into the 159s, and they are P1 and P2 with the fastest lap to P1 of a 159.677 with P2 a 159.785.
Excellent. That is going.
Just to be sure, were you also on the stream, or is this now information that only we broadcasters know?
It's on the broadcast client, so it's only in the it's only in that information, unfortunately.
But there you go.
You can see it if you look at the car on a different, in terms of a different way. You see it on under their name tag on the right.
Oh yes.
You can do if you go in car, I think it is.
Oh yeah, 219.1.
Currently 10 seconds a lap slower because obviously the track is currently wet. Obviously, weather's looking like it is going to reduce in intensity again. 35 minutes to go. I'm not too sure if we're going to get a dry track by then.
I don't think that's going to happen at all, which is great because if it goes greasy, people will make mistakes.
I have to say, good job to Lulu. I've had a look in private at the sticks that they have hidden. Good luck to anybody trying to find them. And I don't feel ashamed anymore that we didn't find them.
Oh, so they have them hidden down under like vents and stuff like that.
They are true Easter eggs indeed. It's not as obvious as we might have thought.
Yeah. Maybe on the splitter and maybe on the side of one of the splitter endings or something like that as well, or diffuser endings. And looking there now, it's looking quite juicy. These guys only literally not even 1.5 seconds covering these three cars.
I have to say that the Aston Villero is looking very strong.
Yeah. I think since the update, the Aston Martin has become quite popular again with drivers.
To be honest, I have never really liked the Aston Martin. I have driven 2 stints now because our team chose the Aston Martin. I'm starting to like it, but for me it lacks something. The engine it doesn't, it's not the most pleasant sound in my ears. There's nothing that really stands out for me. Which is probably a strong point with an endurance race, but it's not one I pick myself when I want to have fun.
Yeah, that's why I find it with the BMW M4. It's a very, very good car, but it's just so boring. Like the straight 6 engine, it's not exciting either. It really is under the card acceleration or anything.
Tom's managed to find one.
Oh, nice.
That's £5 per viewer.
Per viewer, and I seen there 1,000 views, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like you said before, the attention to detail on some of those liveries, it's great to see. It's amazing.
It is so cool. It is absolutely amazing. We're still with this really tight battle with the three of these guys, but other than that, it is quite spread.
Yeah, and I've missed it a little bit because I was focusing on stickers. How did it end up with between the Porsche and what was it, the Mercedes?
Mercedes got by and is pulled now 4.5 seconds clear of Moreno.
Yeah, so they've run away with it.
Yeah, but you know, Belello, Wargers, and Neijbor are still at it as well. Or sorry, Bijor. Ooh, is it Bijor? Oh, no, Wilkes.
Oh.
And that's Kleibani. Yeah, third place car.
Oh! Naughty.
Well, that went smoothly. I'm not sure if that. If that got any of the cars some major damage, they both continue.
Wow.
And that's Andrew Richardson's car, isn't it? So that could have cost them big in terms of it's that Milan Duma who's ahead of him, who's just done that.
Oh wow.
Indeed, there was an incident between the P3 and the P5 cars. They're both top runners.
Does it look like there's much damage? Although that other, he's going to let him through anyway, but.
Yeah, you know, it's they're not battling for position like that, but you know, you have to be confident that you won't, you know, something like that happens again, and
yeah, you don't want to be doing that too often, especially with 31 minutes to go. That's definitely not what you want to be doing now. But guys, there still only is really the one close battle on track with Belello, Neijbor and Wilkes. Other than that, it's been quite spread out. But that's the joys of a endurance event. People have issues. People are either very fast, consistent either, and have adapted to the conditions very well. But some people may have been caught out once or twice. So it's mad to see the different spread in gaps, and quite interesting really. So it shows who's had a really strong race and who's been very unlucky as well. But still 30 cars going to the end, which is amazing, guys.
absolutely. You know, we have one more look, or we'll have a couple of more looks at the race later. Coming up on some backmarkers right now, so that's always something that you have to be wary of. You know, with half an hour to go, you don't want to make too much risk, and it is wet out there. So you know, any of those cars can have a slight wobble, and before you know it, you're right on top of them. So always a bit scary.
Absolutely. Fair play. Like, to be honest with you, out of the whole race and over the whole 24 hours, there's not really been anything that's been, you know, deliberate. There's been a few accidents, but like nothing deliberate. There hasn't been any foul play or people losing their tempers on track. For the most part, it's been tough, hard, fair racing.
It's been pretty cool out there, so that might have helped.
True.
Mel is saying in the YouTube chat that, well, for them, they think it's really epic weather status for this race. All the wet and dry running made it brilliant fun.
Absolutely, you had to be on your toes all the time and thinking. It wasn't one of these things we could sit back for 4 or 5 hours knowing that it's going to be dry and you can just chill out. You just do not know, and we didn't know. We could never tell, because when we started thinking, oh, it's going to be dry, next of all, a few seconds later, there's a cloud coming in 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been crazy.
I agree. And I know I have had a little discussion with my team members. You know, it might not. Is that Porsche coming in for a pit stop? It is.
Yeah.
That's gonna shake up that fight a little bit. Well, a little bit, a lot.
Wow. I'm wondering why that's the case. There was no penalties. They weren't out majorly. Oh, there was an hour and 8 out. Yeah, so they're actually out for nearly 70 minutes. That's why.
They had to. It's
that was an amazing stint, though. Probably gonna cost them a little bit, but look, it is what it is. They weren't expecting to be really fighting then for 16th.
No, they were aware, of course, that they were not really in that fight. Unless, you know, any of the other cars have to do a small stint as well.
Some people might have to splash and dash it. That was definitely not for tyres. That was a splash and dash.
I'm having a look where car number 11 is. If no, that's too. I was wondering if the Porsche would be right in front of the Aston, and we could have another fight as well. But looks
Yeah, we're a
like
lap
they're
ahead,
still. Yeah, exactly. No, but I was discussing with my team members, like, you know, it might not be completely realistic the way the showers flowed from dry to wet and dry to wet, but it made for so much fun for me. You know, all the strategies that go along with it. I thought it was great.
Where it's realistic, if you live in Ireland or the UK, this kind of weather is the norm. It can go from rain into dry to rain to snow to summer back to rain within a few hours. It's a mad old climate.
Yeah.
But Japan definitely is so predictable in real life with racing, so that's why I don't know whether that was done intentionally by whoever set up the server, but it is kind of realistic for Japan because the rain can come and go, but then come down hard for ages as well. So no, honestly, whoever set up the server done an absolutely fantastic job, because no one and any of those teams tonight had an easy go. You had to be adaptable.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I've been quiet for a little while. I've been following the Discord chat, and there is a team that has found all 7 stickers.
Wow!
But Lulu and their team said it's not really within the spirit of the game. They've actually loaded the livery file into the showroom and zoomed in. On every aspect of the car. So it looks like they are going to make a donation of some sort.
Brilliant.
For it, although it's not exactly in the spirit of the game.
Yeah, but if you tell somebody that if they find the 7 stickers and they don't speculate the rules in it as well, obviously there's going to be someone that's going to go for it. Like,
of course there are. They never said whilst on stream, did they?
No. And that's literally like, giving a race team there, but like even Toyota back in the day, no one told them at the time that they couldn't have the spring in the turbo until they noticed it and said it was cheating back in 94, 95 in the WRC, when they had that Suzuka that was like by far the fastest car. But because they had the restriction of I think the diameter of the turbo could be like 20 mil, but they had a little spring in when the boost hit a certain thing that had pulled back and opened up to about 25 mil, letting way more air in, getting about an extra 50 horsepower out of it. It was genius. So if you don't split,
I remember that.
Rules, it was great.
Yeah.
Or McLaren in 98 it was, or 90. It was 98. Remember when they had the 2 brake pedals, so they could adjust what way their bias was with their foot as well.
Yeah. Well, there's been lots of innovation, haven't there, that have been outlawed. There was the F duct. Is it F duct? It was called.
Yeah, double diffuser.
Yeah.
But I have to say, one of the most genius ones, and I don't know how no one copped it until nearly 2 years after, was with Renault. They had the mass damper, because no one understood why Alonso used to just throw in full lock into corners, but the car used to stay so stable and eat the bumps. That mass damper was a genius idea, and that's probably the reason why himself and Flavio, because Flavio's not known for having cheating teams like Benetton or anything like that under his name.
No. I mean, there is the speculation that they threw a race as well, didn't they?
No, there was no such thing as Crashgate. What are you on about? Well, that's why I love motorsport, because you get all these mad stories, whether it's WRC, GT racing, or anywhere. There's always someone that's willing to push the limit. Like, do you remember back in wasn't it the early 80s with the fan car, and then it was like abolished after one race because Niki Lauda was so far ahead of everyone.
I remember reading about it.
I know, I wasn't even born when it happened, but I'm just.
I'm going to say you've done really well there yourself, being 35-year-old, to remember that.
I'm just a nerd. I've watched literally classic races from the 50s and everything. The 1000 Melia race as well, with Sterling Moss as well. You just need to watch all the classic stuff like that. You'll see some redriving then. Sterling Moss with just basically a hat as a helmet, glasses on, going flat out on a road. It was great.
Something about Sterling Moss once had a reporter in his car, and he was going, not sure, he was coming off the motorway and up to a roundabout, and while I was going around the roundabout, Sterling Moss was leaning over into the glove box to get something out of the glove box while still going around the roundabout.
Stop.
Just shows
Do I have a glove box even? I think we are now zooming in on one of the.
Oh, we can definitely see that now.
Yeah. Still not sure what it is though. I have to say a really good game to Snacks and Sons for throwing out that challenge for everybody and donating some extra for the charity. Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, next year it'll be spot what isn't a sticker on the car from here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's brilliant. And there's still only kind of one close battle at the minute, guys, because to be honest with you, everyone's done a great job to keep the cars going, and so I think the only battle, if we do see, will be Biello and Wilkes, but then again there's 1.7 seconds between them, so at the minute not much going to happen there with them.
Lulu in chat is saying that image that we saw on the event was a sausage dog.
I'm not going to lie, I thought it was a pixel dog myself. It was very, very hard to see that. That's cool though. Would you reckon the likes of Fangio and Moss would love these kind of GT cars? Because they drove everything, so they would have been very adaptable drivers.
I think they would have done. I don't know how true it was, but Moss didn't give up his racing licence till about 2 years before he died.
Yeah, he was still doing a few classic races and all, yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure he would love to have driven these.
I think he only stopped when he said it.
Yeah, it was actually. He had wasn't it the big accident he had that nearly killed him? That he tried racing afterwards with us that wasn't the same for him.
Yeah, something like that.
Then he went into doing commentary actually for a while with Murray Walker back in the day. So if you look back kind of in any broadcast from the 70s and 80s, you would have seen Sterling Moss in with the cars and talking to the drivers as well.
And look, these guys drove in cars that were basically, well, either fiberglass or aluminium. So they were in a box that was going to either throw them out if they had an accident. You imagine Fangio driving one of these. These cars are probably as quick as those old Formula One cars.
Oh, probably faster than them, I'd say.
Yeah.
Like when you look back at the cars, like if you look back at the images of Fangio, like literally the steering wheel is the size of like a car wheel now, and like there was no safety, and like when they were fueling the car, he was having a fag. Like where else would you get that?
I did notice earlier on on the stream, Colm, that you mentioned documentaries about a racing documentary, and I couldn't quite catch which one you were talking about. So maybe you can put it out on Discord or after the race, because I'm very interested in that one.
There's so many, I can't remember which one it was.
Le Mans, Road to Le Mans.
Or maybe it was Dave actually this morning with Yvonne.
But Road to Le Mans is very good, yeah.
I'll put a link in the YouTube chat. It's very good.
I have to say that the teams are also getting very creative now with the donations for the charity. It's the CBSR team and Anthony and basically just posted a picture of the damage after 24 hours. Or it's actually Aaron. And the good thing is, the refund of the big race goes to charity as well.
Yeah, but you've not said how many big. I'm just looking at that. I was going to bring that in. There's 4 beer crates with 24 bottles in each.
Wow.
It's in the endurance chat, Tom.
You guys, I'm going to try and find that website I used to use for watching all the classic races, and I'll throw it into your Discord, because honestly, there's some great stuff. It's not just Formula 1, they have old GT racing, Le Mans racing and stuff like that as well. It's phenomenal if you're interested in the history of motor racing.
I have to say that I absolutely adore that CBSR livery. It's just such a colorful and such a nice livery. And also one of the prettiest cars on the field, if you ask me, the Mercedes. I really like that. Yeah, so there we have the beer of the CBSR team, and I do have to admit, I think I'm correct that they have multiple sim rigs in one room, so no, it's not just one person.
Nice. But you know what, you're dead right though. That livery is stunning.
Yeah, Aaron and Patrick race in the same room. Anthony race in the same room.
Wow.
One of them's the big spoon.
CBSR is asking what the top 3 are doing currently for lap times. Let me have a look. I see Lassie with a 2:08, Rappa 2:09.8, and Clyde Barney doing a 2:09.1. Of course, Clyde has to make up for that incident he just had a couple of laps earlier.
Yeah.
But don't think we're far away from Greasy now either, so it's not going to be long before they're starting to get their tyres warm up a little bit.
29 degrees out there for the track temperature as well, which is quite nice.
Unfortunately, Colin, it looks like the dry weather that you predicted, a dry finish, it's just coming in a little bit too late.
I don't mind. That's looking there. It's a gorgeous looking livery. The blue, the purple, and the black. Whoever put the thought into that done such a phenomenal job developing it. And guys, it looks like we're not going to have any kind of last battles coming towards the end now. It does look everyone's kind of spread out from 2 seconds onwards now.
I think we should give a bit of an update on the funds raise so far. It looks like it's going to be currently just under the €7,000 mark.
Brilliant.
We've obviously got the new promises of donations for the sticker gate, we're going to call it now.
We charge them 100 million then if they don't pay it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I'd like to hear.
I heard your interviews with Tom from the charity earlier on. Very nice. Always gets me emotionally when I hear how the money's being spent and what it's for.
Absolutely. To be honest with you, I think everyone in life takes things for granted when they're not physically or facing challenges like that. So, in your normal day-to-day, you wouldn't be thinking about a child struggling with cancer and, their families and the struggle they're all going through. Because could you imagine from a parent's perspective looking at their child with such a devastating illness and being powerless to doing anything about it? So for these guys then to make the child forget about what's going on, to make them happy just for that moment of time, could you imagine the joy that'll bring down to the parents and the families of people as well? It's a beautiful thing, look. It's absolutely beautiful.
15 minutes away from the end of this race. We'll see.
We've had a little spin there by the McLaren of what's that down in 27th, is it?
Yeah, car 676.
Levine, yeah.
Not too bad a rejoin there at the end of the day. Thought it was going to go steaming straight on. Well, you mentioned earlier as well, Colm, about you've not seen any dive bombs or.
Yeah, no, it's been quite clean racing.
Yeah, I think we are proud to portray that as this community. Any endurance event we've organised, we've never seen any rage quitting as such, where somebody's going to start taking out all the cars as and when they can. It's always been respectful driving. Any penalties? Yes, some people do argue about why they've received a penalty, but at the end of the day, the stewards don't give them out just for the fun of it. So something wrong, and none of it's malicious.
No, that's it. Look, anytime anyone gets a penalty, whether they deserve it or not, they're going to argue it. It's being competitive.
Yeah, of course it is.
And that's one thing I will say. There's been no malicious driving here tonight. It's been very respectful, and yeah, look, I think they all understand. Like, most people that race in these now are experienced or have been part of a community, and they're getting the great guidance from maybe more experienced team members. So if there is a team out there that mightn't have experience of a 24-hour before this, they will obviously have the support of people there that would have. Oh, there was a bit of an accident there. I think he's missed it about 10th and 11th, guys. But back on anyway, which is the main thing.
676 struggling now. That's second spin they've had.
He got a little nudge though.
Did he?
Yeah, off Hogard it was.
Do you think they might have gone in for slicks?
No, that was the push. That was definitely. But that was just an unfortunate thing. But yeah, honestly, guys, SimSport Racing International could hold their heads up high after holding a great event that's raised nearly €7,000 for a very meaningful thing as well. So all the guys in there can hold their head up high, and all the drivers can hold their head up high, because without them it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, now that everybody is approaching the finish, there's a lot of people joining in on the Discord and the chat. How awesome the event was and how they have enjoyed it. Just spending some time with your friends in your team, with the other teams. There's a lot of interaction going on, so that's just great to see.
I think the best thing about something like this is it's chilling with your mates. You could have all the money in the world, but money is never an issue when it comes to this. You're chilling with your mates, having a race. You're focused just on one goal, which is being the most competitive you can be doing, and nothing else really matters while the race is on as well, which is great. And obviously, Dimitri, you've carried your team tonight, in fairness, with your stint, so you've carried them to a decent position.
Yeah, I was very lucky, when that I got an opportunity. For me, I enjoyed driving. Of course, it's a shame for Dimitri de Knuit that he couldn't drive. But I was happy to stand in. I did 2 stints. I kept it safe, kept it out of trouble. So that was my main thing, and I was actually quite happy with my pace as well. So enjoyed it. And together with the commentating, it's lovely when you have a couple of people who can do the commentating. It was a bit rocky at the start. Unfortunately, Bas from Melis had some trouble with his PC, so he couldn't join at the start. Which is, being non-English, it was a bit difficult, but I really enjoyed commentating. Once you get a group of people going, it's really easy, really fun, and it just flows like it's natural. So really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's definitely good fun, and it's good getting to talk to so many different kinds of people. The likes of Chris as well coming in. I would have never got to talk to any of you before this, so it's quite interesting to see it, and it's great seeing all the new faces of all the drivers that I've never seen before. But I definitely won't be forgetting them after this.
Just something I've noticed on the timing screens. Metropolis in P12 is lapping the same speed as the leader. So there's only 9 seconds behind P11. So we could have an interesting last 10 minutes.
And he's absolutely flying out there.
It would be fun if we can have a last lap battle for P11. And I have to say, Metropolis, they were really dominating the first 2 hours until they had a slight mishap. So it's no surprise that they're on pace with the leaders, actually. But the same goes for Hogard with the Danish team. They were with the 3 of them, so they did the 24 hours with 3 drivers, which is amazing.
That's crazy.
So Hogard just did a 209.7, and this lap coming round for them is a 209.5, so not quite the 3 seconds the lap faster the previous lap. So maybe there was a bit of traffic or had an incident in the previous lap, but still there's still some pace out there.
Absolutely.
Well, 10 minutes left of the race as well.
And the race leader, though, at 208.697, they're still right on it as well. They're not giving up at all. They're definitely lapping the fastest out there.
It looks like the team of Sam Spankling had some issues, because Sam would love to donate some money for a coaching session not to drive over the speed limit. Oh, it's all in good fun.
Absolutely. Casper Hogard up 22 positions for their team, so that's a phenomenal achievement for them. Have a look now.
Yeah, it's the Greek freaks. Harris Mitropoulos, car number 34. Yeah, once again, I really love that stretch nose of Mercedes.
Beautiful looking car. And no one really liked that car first when it came out, but it is such a aggressive looking machine.
I did some races with Aaron and Anthony a couple of years ago when I joined the community, and they are Mercedes Weeks fans as well. So they forced me to drive Mercedes. I actually quite like it. I like a car with a bit of when it's a bit different compared to the others, and it drives pretty different to a lot of other cars. And I quite enjoy the Mercedes. If it's GT3, but also the GT4 variant, really like it.
Yeah. Are you looking forward to the GT2 cars coming?
Yeah, absolutely. I've driven some of the GT2s in other sims, and I really like the GT2 class. Yeah,
it's going to be very interesting when it gets released.
Absolutely. I've been doing some GT endurance lately with R Factor 2, and really enjoy that as well. So, here is wishing for someday, but like I said earlier, there's no exact need, because you can always enjoy them in another sim if you want to.
Absolutely. Guys, we're nearly down to the last 6 minutes. This is crazy, just how quick the time is coming to an end. It's actually kind of sad, boys, that it's going to be finishing, because it's been great racing from everyone. Hard to believe it's been nearly 24 hours since the first start of the race, and then the restart as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which Chris never mentioned once last night.
Never mentioned what?
The restart.
What restart?
Exactly, yeah.
The restart happens around about now, doesn't it? It's 12 o'clock today is the start of the race. This was just a practice session.
Could you imagine telling the drivers that now? Oh no, lads, we're going to restart the full race now.
And it's going to be they might take it.
Well, I'm not sure, at what time exactly the 6 hour endurance is. That which team was it? There was a team doing 2 endurance races
wow.
At the same time. It was Revolution Sim Racing Blue. They were doing our 24 hours and doing another 6 hour endurance race. So I'm not sure when that started, but they might have some hours left still.
Multitasking at its finest.
Absolutely. And raising a whole lot of money for the charity, because they were on great form with that as well.
Brilliant.
I'd just like to say as well that true to their word, the Snack and Sons team have donated £50 to the charity for the, as they describe it, the sticker hunt.
Fair play to them. That's brilliant.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that, guys.
So guys, we're into the last 5 minutes now as well. I can't believe it's coming to an end. It's been epic, and I'm sure a lot of the guys might be relieved once the checker flank comes out as well.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure if everybody is watching the stream, but it would be great if we can have a final count after the finish, of course, for the charity.
Absolutely. Or can we try to get the top 3 teams in as well? Would be amazing.
Definitely, yeah.
Now I know Bass is currently spotting for Nick, so he won't be able to come on straight away, but maybe during the course of the interviews.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. We'll make sure that we'll get one final look at the funds raised.
Absolutely brilliant. And looking so Metropolis was still catching in. He's now only 6.8 seconds off, but unfortunately I don't think he's enough time to pull himself in now at this stage, but still a great job from the guys. Last lap he lapped 1.2 seconds faster than Hugard.
Oh no, we have Nick Wagens missing his braking point.
He was trimming the grass for the guys, that's all.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He hadn't explored that bit of the track yet, so he has only 3 minutes left to do it. So this was the right time.
He wanted to feel what Senna felt.
Or it could have been just like the THRC team was doing. Let's see, is the track cut warning still working? Yes or no?
I'm very sad though no one's tried to take the other part of the track and do a Nicholas Latifi and get stuck. And then blame the car for an issue.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm very sad I didn't see that.
I thought you didn't slate Nicholas Latifi. I thought you.
No, I don't. It's his genius. He had an issue with the car. No, I stated it. He had an issue with the car. It wasn't down to him being an absolute dope. Nicholas Latifi and Pastor Maldonado, the two goats of F1.
Yeah, you really can't slag Pastor Maldonado off.
She's a racer.
He won that race. Exactly.
To be fair, boys, he was the most dangerous driver to watch, but in fairness, that race in Valencia, he was on form. That Williams with the Cosworth engine was just mint that race. He done a great job to hold Alonso off.
I have actually learned this weekend a fact that I didn't know, that Andre Lotterer was actually a Formula 1 driver. Is that true? Because I read somewhere that...
No, it is true. I looked it up after, and I do remember it now because he was standing in for a race, and it was really weird how he got the driving. That I do remember it now. But after that was said to us, I did go and look it up. Yeah.
And that was for like one race in Spa, and he finished 2 laps or something like that.
Yeah. But then he was meant to do the next race, but I don't know what happened. When someone says something to me and I don't remember, I'll be in there to look it up. Yeah, but that was for the catering team. I think that was after they had the facelift as well, so they didn't have the dildo nose then at that stage.
Right. Yeah. So 1.5 minutes left, and we're gonna approach the final lap very soon now.
This is it. Can we jump on with the leader for the last lap? I know.
It's still gonna cost him a position.
That's crazy.
He'll get applied after the race, won't it, if he doesn't come into the pits to serve it?
Yeah.
Oh, he has to come in this lap.
Yeah.
No.
Otherwise we get DSQ.
Well, the good thing is he's still not going to lose a position, so it's not going to affect his overall position.
Let's hope then that they realize that they have to come in this lap. It would be a shame.
Yeah, he's going
yes.
Great, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Can we jump on with the race leader for the last few corners? I think he deserves it now. This is absolutely...
Yeah, that's gonna be one more lap. So that's gonna be a victory lap, a show lap. What do you call it?
Absolutely. Deadly, and the right thing to do, get on to be on board with them as well. This is what they've struggled with the whole race.
He's doing a virtual wave out the window, I think.
Luckily, Sam is correcting us for the drive-through. Apparently, if it would have been end of the race, it would have been a time penalty, not the excuse. So that's good to know. But they decided on the right thing.
I think I would never take that chance in case there was a glitch. I'd be like, nah, I'll do the drive-through.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was the assist for one final time.
Absolutely lovely, and you have to be so careful not going so wide there because you will go around straight away, dipping the rear wheel onto the grass.
And that's off to this team all season. They've been there or thereabouts. You know, they've been very quick with Savoni and co. This race, obviously, probably just under 2 laps ahead. I think they will be by the end of it. So yes, they've really shown everyone that the BMW's got a lot of pace, and you know the top 5 has got four of them in there. But you know, in reality, you've still got to get from lights to flag without putting it in the wall. And they've proven that they've got the pace in all conditions.
They've never finished lower than second in the whole championship, unless you count Donington where they didn't turn up. So they won Silverstone, second at Nürburgring, first at Barcelona, second at Misano, and didn't take part at Donington. So this will seal the championship. We're obviously racing at the moment.
600 kilo next season then.
There we are, coming around the final few corners now.
Yeah, that's 638 laps in total, and one final push to the finish line.
There we go, absolutely amazing stuff.
Well done, Racing Point.
Very well done. Indeed, and Lorenzo is finished as well, are they?
Nick, can you please stop the donuts?
Don't go cutting any corners. Hey, Chris.
You know, once. You never let me forget it, do you?
No, because it was very funny.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, might have been for you.
Second place, it's gonna be GTWR Esports. Yep.
And they're being pushed along by a Porsche for the crack. Where's Clap Banny as well, third position?
They've already finished it.
Have they? Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
And
Ooh,
great
that was
race.
absolutely crazy.
Oh, they're
look
all
at that.
Now's the time to use up the tyres.
Exactly.
And the Misfits actually made it with their engine as well, although it looks like they're going to blow it up doing donuts. No one's actually had an incident yet.
Yellow flag is out. Oh, this is brilliant. They're running out of space, so they're now doing donuts on the grass and on
On top of each other.
Control.
Absolutely brilliant.
Fair play to them.
I have to say,
Oh, look at that. A bit of afters.
and that's it. John Doe Germany, I think he summarized it very well. That was the end of the race. In Dutch we call it punt. I'm not sure what you call it in English.
Well,
Wonderful.
see if we can get some of the top three into the interview room.
Absolutely.
While we're waiting for them, I just wanted to say a few words about the organisation of this event. Everybody that's taken part of it, in it wouldn't have been able to do so without the admin team here at SSRi doing all the organisation over the last few weeks. We have to thank the stewards for their live stewarding. I will say of a fashion, but that's not meant as an insult. We have a limited amount of stewards, and they've dealt with all the incidents as best they can. And also to the broadcast team, we've had several people operating the cameras, so thank you very much to you guys. I can't name all the commentators that have been on. I do apologise for that, but you all know who you are, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for coming on and making this streaming event as successful as it has been. This is the culmination of the Endurance Championship as well for this season, so watch out for next season's being announced in due course.
Absolutely. It was absolutely amazing to participate in it, Chris. So thank you to everyone for organizing this wonderful event. We do have quite a few people now in the waiting room. So
Get them all in at once.
Let's
Pull them
bring it all in. That should be everyone in at the moment. So, welcome, Denise. I think you were one of the first in the waiting room.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts now that the 24 hours is done?
Well, I'm very tired, but I'm just really proud of everyone in the team. At one point, we were 6 minutes behind P1 in AM class, and we just managed to get it back in the last 2 or 3 hours. So I'm just really proud of everyone in the team. We've just like worked really hard and got the result. It's amazing.
Yeah, great thing. And then I really enjoyed the livery with the Japanese characters on it. How did you deal with the ever-changing weather conditions?
It was a bit of a nightmare, but our setup seemed to work really well in sort of the mixed conditions and the wet conditions. It felt a little bit slower in the dry conditions. So in a way, it worked out really nicely for us, but it was a bit of a nightmare in terms of trying to plan anything. And you'd be halfway through a stint and have to stop. So it wasn't ideal, but we just sort of tried to look at the forecast and plan ahead that way. So, yeah.
Yeah, great to hear. It was a proper challenge, and good to hear that you were able to catch up on some drivers in the final stints. So well done to you and the Wild Things Racing team.
Thank you.
Let's have a look. We have a lot of other drivers. I think Laibani, you were the final driver for your team and ended up on P3.
Yeah.
Okay, you have a look back at how it went?
Yeah, I mean, quite messy. I mean, the race started on a wet track, and I think it was just safe for the start to go on wet tires. I think it was a good decision. There was basically no dry running. I would have wished for maybe some dry running at the night, because I knew there was so much more pace in it, but unluckily we never got it. On the other hand, it was fun planning strategies, being on wets when others were on dries on the wet track and gaining like so many seconds per lap. It has been amazing. Also a bit of a challenge, of course, with like the whole wet track, especially at night when it started to get proper flooded, because there was I think I had to do 2 laps with wet tires on the dry track, and that was quite tricky, but luckily I managed to survive that, so... No, I want to thank also the entire team, Simon, Tim, Reese, and also James as well for this whole season, and Mattis. It has been absolutely great.
Yeah, wonderful to hear. And of course, with all those changing weather conditions, you had cars that were on dry tires, you had cars that were on wet tires. There were laps during the 24 hours where there was a massive pace difference between the cars due to the different tires. Was it difficult to deal with that?
I think especially in the first couple of stints it was quite difficult because you weren't quite sure, okay, should we be on wets or should we be on dries? But once, let's say, the night hit, it was quite straightforward, be on wets, because it stayed damp and greasy for so long that it was quite easy to extend that stint. But obviously, trying to time it when the rain starts to come, and then if you have to pit before your driver's stint time ends, that's tough and difficult. But I think overall we managed well, I think, since the night.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, Clyde. And then congratulations on the P3.
Thanks.
Well done.
Cheers.
Come, I hand over the next one to you so I can have a little sip of my drink.
Yeah, no bother at all. Let me see. Who do I want to put in? I'm going to pull in the other two that are waiting for the shed first. So I'm going to talk to Cross. That was a very interesting race for you. How are you feeling now after only 24 hours? Not too long of a race.
No, not too long. Pretty mixed feelings throughout the day and the night especially. My night stints have been morning have been quite horrible. I have endured 3 hard hits coming from other cars, so I had to do a lot of compromises with not repairing, and kind of had a mess up with pressures at some point as well when it transitioned back to dry track. So it was a bit of a messy morning, and I was pretty upset at that point. The last 2 stints were absolutely great, though. I was feeling very comfortable. I'm happy with the pace I had. So the win kind of puts the cherry on top. I'm really happy about the race overall. I know it's not about it's more about the charity than anything. So I'm really thrilled to have been a part of it.
How did you and your team though because you were quite dominant, but how did you and your team kind of keep a level head and say, look lads, it's not over until it's over? How did you just keep motivated through the night, even though, you know, you had quite an advantage?
It's like a team bonding moment, you know. It's someone has it like a down moment and someone else like full of energy and just like, come on guys, we can do this, and it's just like mutual cheering, and it kind of keeps us going throughout the whole thing. And we made it so we always had like 2 people together, so we always had someone available to chat or gather some info on other cars or stuff like that. So it was kind of a team effort the whole way through, and that was really nice.
And for you then, okay, I'd like to everyone in here to let us know as well, who did you find was the hardest person to race against? Who did you find was just, you really had to go above and beyond to try and find a artistic way around them as such, because you had to kind of set it up, and that, who did you find was like your hardest rival on the track?
Well, the hardest rival obviously was P2, car 18, sorry. They've been leading probably most of the race now. So this was like, it was really, again, a team effort to catch back. And they've given us, of course, the most trouble trying to like climb back to them. I would say we might have been helped a little by luck, given they apparently had brake issues. So their pace was quite dropping at the end, and apparently we were faster in the wet. So we've been helped by the weather as well.
Yeah, but you make your own luck as well as you get some as well, and like that's what I love about these kind of things. You have the good luck stories and the hard luck stories. Like the guys who finished down in P30 were like 20 odd laps off, but I love the guts and determination they put in. And I said it in the stream, as much as respect I have for you guys who've won the race fairly dominant, and even the other guys then in second and third, you got to give the hats off to those people who are able to keep going, knowing that they're not going to even get up to 29th, but they're going to finish the race and persevere through it. Like it takes an awful lot of determination, in my opinion, for that as well, which is great.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's something we are quite adamant on in the team, is just carry on to the end, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
So we're on the top of the AM podium today, but it's more about the experience of racing 24 hours. Even if we're not like competitive enough to get a win or so, in the end, in the overall, we're like 20. We're further than 20 cars down the leaders, so it's it's about what you can make it and not the actual like result in itself for me.
Absolutely. And Chris, do you want to jump in now and get another interview in as well? We'll give all the commentators who are in as well a chance to do a quick interview.
I'd love to, but I'm just in the middle of doing the results file, so
fair.
Trying to multitask. Do apologise.
You can easily do it. We'll jump in. Dimitri, do you want to go for another one? We'll keep swapping between us.
Yeah, sure. It's Simone Alessi, I think, winner of the 24 hours here at Suzuka. What are your thoughts? How do you look back on this race?
Hello, thanks. And it was a clean race, let's say. Not too bad things happened. And we got some drive-thrus and everything, but it was generally fine. And we didn't have big crashes or... Yeah, I got one, but I mean, didn't damage too much the car. And it was all as we expected, as we hoped to be.
Great to hear. I did have a nice moment with your car. I'm not sure if you were in the car at that moment or not, but there was a stint last evening where the ACC said there would be rain for about 10 minutes, and we were discussing with my team. We were just about to hand over the steering wheel to me. Are we gonna do dry tires, or gonna stick it on dry tires, or are we gonna go for wet? And right at the last moment, we went for wet. You guys were still on the dry tires. There was a massive pace difference. In the end, I got a chance to unlap myself, but that must have been a difficult moment for you guys, because sticking out there on the dry tires with the track evolving like it was really difficult. If in that case I was a couple of seconds faster than you were, so that must have been hard to drive.
Yeah. Luckily, I wasn't driving, and but yeah, we decided that staying on dry tires was better, in our opinion, and I guess we were right, but I'm not sure. And so yeah, there was a big pace difference, but with one less pit stop, so. Yeah, I guess it worked out well. And
yeah. In the end, you won it, so that the decision was was not a bad one.
And in that moment, I was like, "Okay, guys, I go to bed and see you in some hours." So yeah, I was like, "Okay, it's not my problem."
You need some rest as well, yeah. One final question: the Greek Freaks team, they were really strong in the early hours of the endurance race. At one point, they were, I think, half a minute ahead of everyone, and it might even be more than that. At that point, were you guys worried about the pace of the Greek Freaks, or was everything relaxed and in control?
So, I think they started with different tires than us, so they were in front because of the strategy. But I don't know, like we were racing against the team that was near us in the championship, so really we didn't care only about the win, but about finishing in front of what's it called, Odyssey, I guess. Odyssey team, and so yeah, we knew that we could catch them, but even if they would have won, it would have been a big problem, because we were racing basically against the other BMW, and yeah, this is it. And I want to thank the team and my teammates, and also the organization of this championship and this 24-hour charity race, because it's always a great thing. And yeah, that's all.
Yeah, thank you. It was a joy to organize this well, and once again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Well, very well done. Let's see which other teams you have. I'm secretly looking for Jan Bart, because he's on the YouTube chat explaining that he's very nervous for the interview, but I don't see him in here, so that's a shame.
Maybe we can shortly jump over to something that Tom has prepared.
Right.
Okay with you?
Yeah, sure. I'm always ready for anything that Tom prepares.
Yeah,
usually it's amazing.
We just have to wait until Tom replies now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is the finish of the final few meters of the race. Both Team Mode 11 and against SimSport. Sorry about that. Didn't have a lot of sleep. We finished the race side by side for Chris Hilda's father, who recently passed away. So, Chris, this is one for you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really nice one from both teams.
The beautiful touch, guys.
They're only man tears. Thank you very much, guys. Very much appreciated.
Well, I
Thank
guess
you.
back to the interviews then. Sorry about that.
No, it's we have been talking about the community quite a lot in the past 24 hours during the commentating. That it's more than just racing online, and this is part of it. Very nicely done for both teams. So yeah, let's continue to the interviews. I spotted Simon Bauer, Corino in here as well. I was searching for which team you drove. I couldn't find it that quickly, so that's my first question. And how
Here's
did
where
the race go
Reese
for you?
and Clayton was. The three of them were there together.
Right. Yeah.
You've already talked to us. I was part of the P3 team, the Odyssey racing team.
Right. Yeah. No. So Clyde has taken the word from for you already.
That's right.
Let's see if we can get one of the other teams in here as well. Then Umut, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, from Team Eurocamp. How was your race?
It was very tiresome. Starting at Q1, pulling through all night up until now, with no sleep. But yeah, it was great regardless. We came into this knowing that we weren't gonna be competitive, knowing from Spa last year we were one of the backmarker teams. But yeah, it was really fun regardless, especially with the challenging weather conditions. And even though we were, mostly driving on our own, I kind of made it my mission at the end to just set faster lap times than the 999 car. And I'm again sorry for that little kiss I gave you while shunting the car, but I hope you guys don't mind.
I saw already in Discord that there was some communication about it, and all in positive spirit. So that's nice. You were a team of 3, if I'm not mistaken. That must have been tough for 24 hours.
Well, yeah, especially since our driver 1 did first couple stints, and I think 6 in total, and then he was basically gone for the rest of the night. So it was just up to me and my other friend to basically pull all the way through the night up until the end to the last stint. And yeah, it was quite exhausting.
I can imagine, and I can also imagine that you're away for a little bit after doing 6 stints in a row. So yeah, that's tough with 3 drivers. But very good to hear that you don't have to be in the top teams to enjoy yourself and have proper battles. And yeah, very good to hear that. I'm having a look who else is in the chat from a team we haven't spoken to yet. Daryl Young. I think we haven't spoken to you yet, if I'm correct.
Part of Wild Things Racing.
Wild Things. We have the entire Wild Things Racing in here as well. That's great to see. So yeah, I think we have all the interviews. We have given an interview with all the teams that are in the chat right now. I do see we have Matt Tubby still waiting for the chat, so let's drag him in here. Matt Tubby, how was your race?
Hello.
We have seen you in here a couple of times for some interviews, if I'm not mistaken. So that was really nice.
It was a lot of fun. It didn't really go to plan, but it never does. So, it is what it is. And we had a lot of fun with the stickers on our cars as well. Nice.
Yeah, that was a great challenge that you pulled off with the team, and props to you as well to have an extra donation with the sticker challenge. That was really nice, and we had a proper look during the race. Couldn't find them, but they were more difficult to find in the end than we originally thought as well.
Yeah, it was good fun. Fair play, opening the livery file, and just looking them in there. As a racer, of course, you're going to take every interpretation of the rules that you can. So, we were happy to honour that, and people found them in the game as well. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. the season in general as well. I think we learned something at every race. Our team, we weren't able to get a clean. We didn't get a clean race all year, but you know, we definitely learned something every race, and we sort of got better and better as the year went on. So, you know, hopefully again next year we're going to have more opportunities to have, well, a clean race, which would be
good. Absolutely, like Chris said, there will be a next season, and I have to say I haven't done many of these endurances, but I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that definitely for myself, and hopefully we'll see the Snack and Sons team back again.
Yeah, thanks for hosting. It was a really fun season.
No problem. Really enjoyed it myself as well, and like I said before to my co-host, you know. Everyone I worked with, it's really fun to do. It really helps when you have a couple of people. So I guess this is also a shout out to anyone who thinks about, you know, that sounds like fun. Let's do it. If we have a couple of more people, that's always welcome to do some commentating, help with the website, stuff like that. It can be a bit scary, but usually when you're on your own, and you know, we have seen the past 24 hours, it is very rare that you're on your own. Really enjoyed it, so thanks to my commentators as well. Calm, Chris, not sure what if you have anything to add, if you want to say something more. I guess we'll have to have a look at the results, preliminary results for the fundraiser as well. Which is something I'm going to do right now.
Yeah, no, that's from my side, a fair play to everyone that's got involved. It's put on a great show for everyone, but the biggest thanks is for everyone who's donated, who's gone into the auctions, and you know, made what you've done on the track, guys, to be something not in vain. You have actually made a difference, and have going to make a difference to the kids, which is probably the greatest thing and the most satisfying thing. I know it's great to win races and get podiums in it, but to know that you're actually helping someone who's really struggling as well is absolutely it's a phenomenal thing to be doing. So look, well done to everybody involved, and for me it's been a pleasure to come in and join the Comich team and spend pretty much my weekend in here, but it's been definitely worth it. So fair play to all of you, honestly.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I noticed that we've got Tom from the Against Cancer charity in the shed as well, so I'll just drag him in. Good afternoon, Tom.
Yes, I'm back in your screen.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you very much for coming and rejoining us.
Thank you. Me in again.
So, I don't know how much of the race you've managed to watch.
Well, I've been following till the end, actually.
Yeah, that's really nice, Tom. Also very happy that you were able to join us for a small interview, and you could give us a clear view of what the charity is about, and you know what we were all driving for. So very much appreciated, and a great shout out to Against Cancer for doing what you do for the kids and the families. That's just awesome to hear, and we were just happy to be able to be a little part of that, and raise some money for those holidays and those events that you people organize for the children who are battling their own fight against cancer.
Well, it's great to be part of this.
Absolutely, great to hear. I had a small chat with Buzz to see if we could grab the latest number that we have. Currently, the latest that we had. We have to throw it all together, and there's still some donations incoming. But we were at 6,800 something at the final count, and that was somewhere in the last hour. So that's something that will grow a little bit more probably. We'll leave the link out there for a little bit more. Thank you for everything that you do.
Oh, it just popped up in the screen. That's absolutely fabulous, guys. Yeah, we can do so much with this kind of money. and well, absolutely great. And of course, if it grows even a bit bigger, then we're even more happy. But wow, this is amazing, guys. Thank you very much.
No problem. Chris, I'm gonna ask you: is there anything more that we have to put out there, or are we gonna let the highlights go? And it almost sounds a bit sad to say this, but end the stream after 24 hours of proper and fair sim racing.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate a big thank you to all the teams that have taken part, everybody that's donated to the charity. Everybody that's been in the YouTube chat, been more than welcome, and we have tried engaging with you as much as possible. To the admin team that organised this whole event and the whole championship, special thank you to you guys. To the live stewards that we've had throughout the championship. All these guys give their time freely. There's no paid members within this community, and likewise to the comms team, the broadcaster who you may hear us quite often refer to, Tom Vandermeer. He's been here not through the whole 24 hours, but he's made it available for other people to control his camera broadcast. So we've had the likes of Dave Hedges in, controlling the cameras at certain points. I'm not sure if Aaron and Anthony were controlling it at one point as well. To all the commentators that have took the time out to come and spend all their time talking about a little race that we've organised. Again, we've made some new friends. Colm, thank you very much for the epic amount of hours that you've done. Sam Pace was on earlier on. Yourself, Dimitri, Yvonne, Dave Hedges. I can't think of anyone else, but if I have forgotten anybody, it's not through not wanting to recognise your work and any time that you've given up. It's purely because I've got a really bad memory. So I think that does bring an end to this charity event. So far, we think that we have raised around about €7,000. Thank you to everyone, and look out for us for the next championship starting probably January, February next year.